Chapter 243. Obviously, the heavenly creatures were very similar to the latter. Fortunately, it wasn't easy for them to appear in the mortal world. Only when the gods needed to carry out some important mission would they pay a hefty price to send them over. Just imagine if humans were as upright, selfless, helpful, and completely selfless as the heavenly creatures. What kind of state would they be in? What was the difference between them and machines? No matter if it was a civilization or a society, if they wanted to develop healthily, they couldn't do without diversity. There was no such thing as absolute kindness or absolute evil in the world. They were only differences due to different ideas and interests, at least most of the time. To be honest, Andre would rather trade with the cunning demons and chat with the cruel demons than deal with the inflexible and meticulous creatures from the heavenly realm. This was because these guys didn't understand what it meant to be flexible. They wouldn't even tolerate the slightest bit of evil behavior. Looking at the other party's arrogant appearance, he resisted the urge to rush up and punch him. Instead, he turned to Clarice and said, "Madam, I think I've already completed my mission. The rest is up to the church. As for how to deal with this ruin, please feel free to do as you please. I'm tired now, and I want to go home and rest as soon as possible." "Of course. Thank you very much for your help. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid we would all have died in the hands of those evil shadow mages. Also, I'll report everything you've done during the adventure to the church. I'll personally send the reward in 2 weeks at most." Clarice elegantly bowed as she spoke. The other members of the church standing behind her also nodded. Even the heavily injured paladin, Katerina, struggled to stand up and saluted. They were very clear that in this dangerous journey, if it wasn't for the endless means and powerful arcane spells of this youth in front of them, they would have no chance of completing the mission except for the complete annihilation. Although they hadn't known each other for a long time, and some of them hadn't even spoken a few words, but they had already established a relationship of blind trust between them. At least when something unexpected happened. The first person they thought of was Andre, not Clarice, who was the leader. "I'm also honored to be able to experience this exciting adventure with you beautiful ladies. Goodbye." Andre bowed politely. After saying goodbye, he didn't even pay attention to the heavenly realm creature who had just spoken. He directly waved at Chloe and her attendant Nina and turned around to leave. The shorter guy was instantly enraged. He spread his wings and swooped down, grabbing Andre's wrist. "You can't leave now. Before the labyrinth is repaired, everyone must stay behind to protect the seal. I don't need you to teach me what to do. Now, horse, charge, hold, hand, release, open." Andre's face suddenly became gloomy. His eyes flashed with a sharp light. His orange-red pupils were like two flames, fully reflecting his master's emotions that were about to explode. As for his torch-like hair, it had already ignited with sparks. The surrounding temperature rapidly rose, and there was even a burnt smell in the air, perhaps before he obtained the fire elemental bloodline. According to his mature and steady character, he wouldn't take the initiative to start a conflict with a powerful otherworld creature, even if their ideals were different. But now, as the fire elemental bloodline began to spread throughout his body, Andre's character gradually became a little impulsive. To be exact, he had a bit of a fiery temper, especially when he was forced to participate in a dangerous game under the threat of the Lich's powerful strength, so his mood was particularly bad. Now that he met a guy who thought he was infallible, he finally completely exploded. The shorter, heavenly realm creature wasn't frightened. Instead, he released his own kindness power, trying to use this energy to calm his irritable mood. It had to be said that his behavior was indeed impeccable. Although he was very angry at Andre's rudeness and selfishness, he didn't take the initiative to attack. Instead, He tried his best to control his strength to prevent himself from accidentally injuring others. But unfortunately, Andre, who was in an explosive state, didn't appreciate his kindness. The corner of his mouth slightly rose, revealing a cold smile that made people shudder. He instantly released the innate ability of a fire elemental descendant, flame extension. Boom! Following a loud sound, with him as the center, a radius of 5 meters instantly turned into a purgatory. The bright flames seemed to have swallowed everything, and the terrifyingly high temperature burned the soil on the ground black. The Heaven Realm creature was caught off guard, and its entire body was covered in flames. It rolled out of the burning range of the flames, and the skin on its body was dark red. Large blisters were everywhere, and its pure white wings were also burned black. One must know that this was all thanks to the Heavenly Realm creature's tenacious vitality. If it was an ordinary person, they would have completely turned into a charred corpse. Looking at the other party's battered and exhausted appearance, Andre laughed in disdain. He reached out his hand and grabbed a burning flame. With an emotionless voice, he said, "Remember, this is just a lesson. If there is a next time, I don't mind directly roasting you. Also, put away your self-righteous face. At the same time, don't talk to me with a righteous tone, because your so-called justice, kindness, and fairness are all bullshit in my eyes. Only benefits are eternal." The tall Heavenly Realm creature carefully checked his companion's injuries. He immediately stood up and questioned loudly, "Mage, don't you think that you have gone overboard?" "Overboard? No, on the contrary, I don't think that I have done enough. Do you know, in my eyes, you Heavenly Realm creatures who like to criticize the human world all day long are far more annoying than demons who lure mortals into depravity and demons who wreak havoc, because you are trying to imprison the human's thoughts and creativity. If it wasn't for the sake of the ladies, do you think that idiot lying on the ground would still be alive? Although the real strength of the two of you is far above me, if I want to kill the two of you, it won't be any harder than killing that shadow mage just now. It's as if he easily locked the two of you in a cage. Now, before I completely get angry, get lost." Andre, who had accumulated a lot of negative emotions, and scrupulously used his poisonous tongue to scold the two Heavenly Realm creatures. Then he turned around and walked towards the outer edge of the forest. He knew that what he did today might offend a lot of people, but what could he do? Chapter 244. Ever since he met the Lich, he seemed to have figured out one thing. Taking the initiative to please others or to please them would certainly allow him to gain some so-called connections. However, these so-called connections were not stable and could be cut off at any time due to various reasons. After all, the whole of Orire was a world that worshipped power. In the face of great power, everything else had to stand aside. Look at the old Lich. He had almost turned the whole South into his playground, wantonly playing with the cities, ancient families, and churches of various gods. Everyone knew of his existence, but they still worked hard for him. This was the power that came with absolute power. Even the mastermind behind the scenes who was plotting to overthrow the regime of Lincoln City had to obediently submit to the old Lich's tyrannical power. As a transmigrator, Andre now knew how powerful the top spellcasters in this world were. At the same time, something called ambition was born in his heart. It was like a ferocious cub, constantly devouring his heart. His previous calm attitude had completely disappeared, replaced by a desire for power. Just like the old Lich, he wanted to be a chess player who stood above the masses, not a chess piece for others to control. Andre wanted to control his own fate and not be controlled by anyone else. In order to achieve this goal, he would begin to win this game by any means necessary. Other than the bottom line that he had to uphold, he could abandon everything else. The sudden conflict came and went quickly. as Andre brought Chloe, Nina, Small Eyes, and the winter wolf Michelle, and gradually disappeared into the forest, everything finally came to an end. The tall heavenly realm creature did not make any threatening moves in the end. He just helped his companion up and silently returned to the sealed stone door that led to the lower level, continuing to fulfill his duty. It was unknown whether it was because he was frightened or because he did not want to be nosy in the first place. He just helped his companion up and silently returned to the sealed stone door that led to the lower level, continuing to fulfill his duty. As for the members of the church led by Clarice, they were slightly embarrassed because under normal circumstances, they should have stood on the side of the two divine servants, but drawing their swords against their companions who had gone through life and death with them was obviously unreasonable. But now he was safe and sound. With the help of the healing magic, the injured short man was completely healed in a short while. For a heavenly creature whose physical fitness was far superior to humans, this kind of burn was nothing. Even if he didn't receive treatment, he would recover in 2 or 3 days at most. "Dear, you looked a little scary just now. Are you okay?" After walking in the dense forest for a period of time, Crowley stared with his 2 large eyes and asked cautiously. The girl's concern calmed Andre down a little. He immediately turned around and intimately pinched her nose, forcing a smile, and said, "Of course, I'm fine. I was just a little upset just now, but now I've thought it through." Seeing that her lover had returned to normal, Chloe immediately returned to her original curiosity and asked with a playful smile, "What did you think? Let's hear it." "It's very simple. The life we usually see is actually fake. It's controlled by someone behind the scenes. Do you still remember that lich? He's the true uncrowned king of the entire South. If you want to control your own destiny, you must first obtain great power, and to obtain power, you must first obtain resources. Thus, I've decided to seize the right to rule Lincoln City in the next year and a half." Without hiding anything, Andre directly told her his plan. After such a long time together, he already knew that this somewhat careless girl in front of him would never betray him, so he didn't hide anything except a few secrets. "Wow, really?" Chloe's face revealed an unconcealable shock. Her mouth was wide open and didn't close for a long time. Andre smiled and nodded. "Of course. This is what that lich told me himself. I have to say that although you're usually a little muddle-headed, your intuition is outstanding. You understand that power is the most important thing in this world, and you're willing to work hard and sweat for it. Keep it up, and I believe that one day you'll become a great wandering poet." But I didn't think so much back then. I was just very obsessed with arcane magic. Chloe stuttered as she explained. She obviously hadn't expected to be praised so suddenly. Her face flushed slightly, and she appeared to be at a loss. "It's because you didn't think too much that I said your intuition is sharp. Normally speaking, the more complex a person's thoughts are, the easier it is for them to be distracted by other things. At the same time, it's harder for them to persevere. That's why you need to maintain a focused mindset. Success is only a matter of time." As he spoke, Andre reached out and gently stroked the girl's hair. The remaining anger between his brows completely dissipated with the breeze in the forest. Chloe was extremely excited after being encouraged. She raised both her hands and shouted, "Thank you! I swear that I'll work even harder and become the best wandering poet in the entire continent." Just as the two were talking, the druid Nina, who had been following behind them all this time, suddenly stopped in her tracks. She sniffed the ground with her nose and immediately stood up to remind Link, "Master, I smell the scent of horses. According to the thickness of the scent, they should be not far ahead. To be exact, they're about 200 meters ahead. I think I can finally have a good meal." The female winter wolf, Michelle, not only spoke the common tongue fluently, She even opened her mouth wide and licked her teeth. Her eyes were filled with greed and cruelty. Wow, you, you can actually speak. Chloe, who had always lived in the South, had never seen a winter wolf before. She was instantly shocked and cried out in shock. Michelle rolled her eyes and replied in a disdainful tone, "Tch, you're making a fuss over nothing. Of course I can speak. Not only can I speak the common tongue, I can even speak the dwarven, orc, goblin, and elven languages." With that, she raised her head high and put on a proud posture, as if waiting for someone to praise her. Chloe's face flushed red with excitement. She held up the winter wolf's head and shouted, "Goddess of Dawn above, you're too amazing. You're the smartest wolf I've ever seen, even smarter than most humans." "Humph, of course. But you should add most beautiful as an adjective. I think that's the only way to match my beautiful fur," Michelle said proudly. Chapter 245. It was obvious that this winter wolf was a little narcissistic. It kept licking its fur to ensure that it remained spotless. It wished that it could maintain its most elegant posture for 24 hours a day, even when it was sleeping. Seeing that she was getting more and more into her act, the corner of Andre's mouth twitched. He pulled the girl over and gently patted her head. "All right, winter wolves are a type of magical creature. Their intelligence is almost the same as a normal human's. It's normal for them to learn a few languages." "So that's how it is." Crowley nodded in realization. "You've seen my kind?" Michelle turned her head, a hint of surprise on her face. Andre smiled and nodded. "Yes, my hometown is far away in the north. Not only have I seen them, I've even killed a few with my own hands. They are all cunning hunters. I had to put in a lot of effort to barely succeed. Damn it, I suddenly miss the cold winds in the north. I hate the damp and warm weather in the south," Michelle complained as she walked forward listlessly. She did not mind the death of her kind at all. When food was scarce, the Wolf King would usually kill the group and pick out the weakest of its kind to bite and eat. The law of survival of the fittest had long been ingrained in her bones. Compared to this, she hated the weather in the south more. After all, the fur of winter wolves was very special. It could completely isolate the loss of heat. In the cold winter in the north, they relied on this tenacious ability to survive. However, it was a pity that once they arrived in the south, their thick fur would become a burden. Although the current temperature was only around 20 degrees Celsius, which was the temperature that most people liked, it was already quite uncomfortable for the winter wolves. If Michelle had sweat glands, she would probably be sweating profusely by now. The distance of 200 meters was covered in the blink of an eye. The horses did not go far, and were leisurely grazing near the original spot where they were set free. The group quickly harnessed 2 horses. Andre and Chloe rode on them respectively and galloped towards the Valley Manor. As for Nina, she used her druid transformation ability and turned into a goshawk to soar in the sky. Little I also used her supernatural ability to fly. Only Michelle followed far behind with her tongue sticking out, constantly cursing the warm and humid climate. Since they didn't need to explore the way back, their speed was naturally much faster than when they came. The journey that would have taken 2.5 to 3 days was completed in 1.5 days. However, when they arrived in front of the castle, they were surprised to find that the castle was already prepared for battle. A large number of soldiers who were supposed to continue their training were nervously looking around with weapons in their hands. There were also a few arrows stuck in the ground. Seeing this situation, Andre suddenly felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly jumped down from his horse and carefully examined the nearby ground. It didn't take long before he found a large number of footprints. From the size, it was obviously bigger than an ordinary person. It should be either a barbarian, orc, or the most powerful bugbear family. Strange. There are so many footprints here, but it doesn't seem like there was a battle here. Could it be, just as he was muttering to himself, the drawbridge above the castle was slowly lowered, and the iron gate of the main gate was pulled up. Abner, the head of internal affairs, led the way out and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Your Excellency, you're finally back. Come in. It's too dangerous outside." "Oh, quick, tell me what happened," Andre asked as he handed the horse to a servant and shook off the dust on his body. Abner explained with a wry smile, "Less than 2 days after you left, a large number of barbarians suddenly appeared near the valley. There were a lot of them, about 10,000. Most of them were women and children, and there were only about 500 adult warriors. They attacked Red Pine Manor, which was the closest to us, and looted all the food there. Then they looted Viscount Ebwa's manor and took all the food there as well. These fellows have their eyes on us now, but they didn't choose to attack us. They're only loitering nearby. For safety's sake, I've already sent a carrier pigeon to the city, hoping that Linton City will send reinforcements. However, for some reason, the City Hall's response is especially slow this time. There hasn't been any movement yet." Hearing this news, Andre immediately frowned. "Are you sure there are only women and children and no old people?" "I'm very sure. There are only women and children and no old people. Their adult warriors have different degrees of scars on their bodies, and it looks like they're fleeing or migrating. Looks like there's a large-scale tribal war in the border forest. These barbarians were defeated, so they had no choice but to flee to the human world to steal food. But was this caused by internal strife or an external invasion?" Andre narrowed his eyes, carefully analyzing the current situation. The barbarians could be called the overlords of the border forest. Their strong physiques and martial spirit meant that there weren't many creatures that could threaten them. The orcs and half-orcs could barely be considered one of them, and so could the bugbears. Then there was the powerful professional army of Linton City. As for the goblins and kobolds, they weren't even fit to carry the barbarians' shoes. A dozen or so barbarians could kill hundreds of goblins and kobolds. The rest of the ogres, trolls, and giants might be physically stronger than the barbarians, but their numbers were too few. They couldn't possibly take the initiative to attack the barbarians' habitat. "You mean to say these barbarians are the ones who fled after losing the war?" Abner asked uncertainly, walking into the great hall of the castle. Andre tossed his heavy backpack onto the table and gently rubbed the space between his brows. "That's right. Think about it. Why would a group of barbarian tribes that hunt for a living suddenly enter the human world? Where are the old and young among them? There's only one answer. They were attacked by an unknown force and lost terribly. They had no choice but to let the old people in their tribe take up weapons to buy time. If I'm not wrong, there must have been a huge upheaval in the border forest." Abner's wrinkled face changed color when he heard this, and he cursed under his breath. "Damn it! I thought they launched a sudden attack because winter had just passed, and there was a severe lack of food. They wanted to obtain some food and livestock, but who would have thought that it would be such a troublesome situation? This won't do. I have to hire a few adventurers to scout the forest and prepare for the worst." Chapter 246. As a scholar, Abner was well aware that the nature of the two was completely different. If the barbarians took the initiative to invade, then this raid would be no different from previous years. Once they had enough food, they would naturally return to the forest. However, if they were forced to do so, then Tue's Valley, which was closest to the border forest, would face a new threat. They would even have to guard against other human forces taking advantage of the situation. After all, this was the outermost area of Linton City's influence. 5 days to the west was Westertown, which belonged to Duke Wynne's territory. 2.5 days to the east was Count Karl's territory. They were very traditional nobles who focused on running their own territories. They had no affiliation with Linton City and occasionally had some friction. In fact, ever since the ancient human kingdom of Toya, which unified the entire south, was destroyed by the ancient red dragon, crimson flame, golden, this land had been divided up by countless nobles. There were thousands of large and small noble territories, among which were dukes that were larger than small kingdoms and knights that ruled over a few villages. Their geographical location and interests had formed countless alliances, and they were constantly at war all year round. Only the more enlightened nobles in the coastal areas found that the wealth brought by trade was far more than managing land, so they decisively gave up on expanding inland. Instead, they used large caravans and large amounts of gold coins to choke the nobles in the inland, using salt, cloth, and fine weapons and armor in exchange for food, captives, minerals, and slaves. It had to be said that this method was very groundbreaking. It was equivalent to sticking a tube in the neck of the inland nobles, constantly sucking their blood to strengthen themselves and weaken their potential enemies. However, everything had its pros and cons. The inland nobles were no fools. After more than 10 years of trade deficits, they were horrified to find that they were getting poorer and poorer, while the city-states of the Green Sea Alliance were getting richer and richer. Slowly, hatred was born. No one was willing to see their wealth being stolen by their neighbors bit by bit, even if it was in the name of trade. Especially when carts of grain and minerals were purchased by coastal merchants at extremely low prices and then transported back to be processed into weapons, armors, tools, soft and delicious snacks before being sold back at an outrageous price. As long as one was not blind, one would have a strong hatred for the rich. As the saying goes, anger rises from the heart, and evil grows from the guts. Although the inland nobles were no longer able to break free from the Green Sea Alliance's control over trade, they had invented a new method to make up for their losses. That was to have their private army pretend to be bandits and plunder. Most of the time, they would only rob a few caravans, but once their numbers reached a certain point, they would attack some relatively wealthy towns and manors. Of course, this wasn't the scariest part. The scariest part was that some of the inland nobles would join forces with the monsters in the border forest to attack the coastal areas. This wasn't the first time they had done this. More than 100 years ago, the great-great-grandfather of the current Duke Wine had joined forces with the orcs and ambushed countless villages and manors on the outskirts of Lincoln City, taking away large amounts of food and wealth. Afterwards, the Lincoln City Council sent out troops in a fit of rage. Not only did they chase the orcs back into the depths of the forest, they even captured Duke Wine and hanged him in the middle of the city square. This hatred was deeply engraved in the hearts of his descendants. It was said that Duke Wine was still in contact with some of the tribes in the forest. Ever since Abner had come to Turith Valley, he had crammed up on the surrounding history and family genealogy and knew how dangerous his current position was. Perhaps the barbarian incident was Duke Wine's doing. It would be strange if he was in a good mood at the thought that his prosperous territory was about to be baptized by the flames of war. Relax, my butler. This matter isn't as bad as you think it is. It might even turn out to be a good thing. The corners of Andre's mouth curled up slightly as he sat down on a chair, raising his hand to signal the maid to prepare dinner. My apologies, my lord. I can't think of anything good with a group of barbarians circling around our territory. Moreover, there might be a large group of orcs, goblins, and kobolds behind them. Perhaps our good neighbor, Duke Wine, has joined in as well. Abner smiled bitterly as he rubbed his eyes. Ever since the barbarians had appeared in large numbers, he hadn't slept for 2 whole days. He looked very tired, with obvious bags and dark circles under his eyes. Seeing that his subordinate didn't understand what he meant, Andre couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. Don't you think that these barbarian women and children are good labor? If I remember correctly, you said a few days ago that we bought too many cows, sheep, and pigs, and we don't have enough manpower, right? Oh, God of knowledge, you, you want to take in those women and children? Abner cried out in shock. Why not? Andre asked in return, stroking his chin. You see, we need labor now, and those barbarians need food and shelter. We can work together. Abner didn't agree with this suggestion. He took a deep breath and explained, My lord, you might not know this, but the barbarians have a sense of pride and superiority that emanates from their bones. Even if they starve to death, they won't work for weak Southerners like us. This has been proven by countless scholars. No, don't be so absolute. Send a messenger to contact them and set a time and place for a discussion. At the same time, ask them about what happened in the forest. Oh, right, the barbarians don't have a habit of killing messengers, right? No, the barbarian warriors value bravery and honor very much. Unless provoked, they won't kill an opponent who is much weaker than them, let alone a messenger. Abner saw that Andre had made up his mind, so he could only answer truthfully. Even though he felt that this was purely a waste of time, he didn't continue to object out of respect for the nobles and mages. That's settled, then. Send one of the bolder servants to the barbarians' camp with a few bales of flour, 2 barrels of ale, and some jerky as a gift, and say that I wish to speak with their chief, and that this will be the reward for the brave. As he spoke, Andre took out a ruby that he had obtained during his adventure from his waist pouch and gently placed it on the table. It was not an easy job to contact the barbarians, especially those who didn't understand the barbarians' etiquette and rules. The slightest carelessness could result in one's head being chopped off because of the anger of the barbarians. Chapter 247. However, as a transmigrator, Andre knew that there was a saying that applied both on Earth and in Oriar, and that was that a generous reward would attract brave men. A ruby worth about 300 gold coins was a huge sum of money in the eyes of most ordinary people. They would not hesitate to give up their lives for it. The crimson gem shone with an alluring light under the illumination of the fire, and many people in the hall began to breathe heavily. Normally speaking, the male servants in the castle only received 20 silver coins a month, while the female servants received 25. This was because they were responsible for satisfying the special requests of the nobles in addition to their normal work. However, the only good thing about being a servant was that they were provided with food and lodging, and would even be given 2 sets of clothes every year, so they did not need to spend much money. 300 gold coins was equivalent to a servant's annual income of more than 10 years. If they could obtain this sum of money, they could instantly escape poverty and buy a shop in the city, starting a small business with meager profits. As long as there were no accidents with their remaining savings, they would definitely be able to live peacefully until the day of their death. Just when everyone's heart was racing and they were silently weighing whether life or wealth was more important, a male servant who looked to be only 17 or 18 years old suddenly stood out and knelt on the ground with a plop. He shouted excitedly, "Sir, I am willing to go." Andre looked at the young man kneeling in front of him, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. He looks like a brave warrior has been born. Relax. Tell me your name first." "Fate. My name is Fate, my lord." The young servant nervously clenched his fists, his eyes never leaving the glowing ruby on the table for even a moment. "Very good, Fate. You only need to go outside and find the barbarians' camp. Tell their leader to meet me, and this gem will be yours. Remember the time and place clearly. As for the gift, I will prepare it for you." With that, Andre gave him a look, stood up, and walked towards the second floor. Chloe and Nina followed closely behind. Abner immediately understood. He picked up the ruby on the table and waved at the young man who was kneeling on the ground. "Don't just stand there. Come with me. It's not dark yet. Let's go and come back as soon as possible. Yes, yes, Sir Chief. Please be at ease. I will definitely live up to Sir Lord's trust. Fert swiftly jumped up from the ground and stammered. As the youngest son of a farmer, he was very clear that the family's farmland belonged to his elder brother, and the livestock and poultry they raised belonged to the Lord. Other than his pitiful little savings, he was only left with a lowly life. Today, as long as he gave it his all, he would immediately be able to obtain a large sum of money and change his fate. Abner was a man of swift and decisive action. It took him less than 15 minutes to prepare a carriage. Not only was it loaded with the barbarians' favorite alcoholic beverages, it was also loaded with the food they needed the most. Fate drove the carriage quickly across the suspension bridge, and along the main road outside the valley. They slowly made their way towards Linton City. According to the latest news, this group of barbarians was currently stationed near the manor of Viscount Abois, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Standing in front of the window on the second floor of the castle and watching the back of the young man gradually disappear into the distance, Andre lowered his voice and instructed Nina behind him, "Follow him. If everything goes well, you don't have to show yourself. If something unexpected happens, you have to intervene. No matter what, you have to get the leader of this group of barbarians to meet me." "Understood. I've dealt with barbarians before. I know what kind of temper they have." With that, Nina nodded lightly, and her body began to rapidly transform. In the blink of an eye, she had turned from a human into an eagle. She flapped her wings and flew out of the window, following closely behind the carriage. As a rank 5 druid, she could transform herself into any small or medium-sized animal at will, including those that flew in the sky, ran on the ground, and swam in the water. However, this was only limited to creatures that were born and evolved in a natural state. Those that had been created or modified through magic and divine spells were not allowed. It could be said that this was a very convenient ability. Of course, this ability would increase with the level of their profession. Starting from rank 8, druids could transform into large animals such as brown bears, giant lizards, crocodiles, tigers, lions, and so on. They were not much inferior to warriors in hand-to-hand combat. At rank 11, they could transform into small animals such as hamsters, sparrows, and hummingbirds. They could often play an unexpected role in scouting and ambushing. At rank 15, they could transform into large animals such as dinosaurs, giant pythons, elephants, and rhinoceroses. After rank 16, druids would slowly shed their human identity and develop towards the 4 great elements of the natural world: earth, water, fire, and wind. Whether it was the earth elemental that was as hard as granite or the wind elemental that could fly at high speeds, they were not something that ordinary human armies could deal with. A druid follower with limitless potential. She's probably the biggest reward I've gained from this adventure. Andre mumbled to himself as he opened his backpack and took out the huge encyclopedia of magic potions and began to read. Although potions did not take up much of a role in arcane studies, it was the best tool for making money. This was especially true for potions that could increase a feudal knight's combat ability in a short period of time. These potions would often cause a commotion among the nobles, and it would not be strange for the price to increase by 5 to 10 times. At the same time, it could also increase one's reputation. Once one was crowned as a master potion maker, one's status would instantly become extraordinary. Even the king would have to salute and call him a master. To a certain extent, this was the best way to quickly raise one's social status without alerting others. He planned to use these few days of free time to master a few potion recipes that had been lost in history. He would take the opportunity to show them off when he returned to Linton City. On one hand, it would help him better integrate into the circle of nobles, and on the other, it would increase his authority in the association of mages. Since he had decided to play a game of conspiracy and wisdom with the mastermind, Andre would do his best. However, he had not been a mage for long enough. It was fine for him to bully brainless idiots, but he would always be at a disadvantage when compared to the truly experienced and astute senior mages. There was a saying that one should never use one's disadvantage to compete with the enemy's advantage. His advantage was the social skills that he had accumulated in his previous life, so he decisively chose to start with the complicated interpersonal relationships. Chapter 248. Even though he didn't know the exact identity of the Lich's apprentice, Andre was confident that he could gain the upper hand in terms of communication. He would then slowly squeeze out his opponent's sphere of influence and force them to make mistakes in the chaos, slowly expanding his advantage. In any form of conflict, gaining the upper hand was very important. He planned to start making arrangements when he returned to Lincoln City and build up his own influence as quickly as possible. Just as Andre was studying the potion formulas in the Encyclopedia of Magical Potions, fate finally met up with the barbarians in his carriage. To be more precise, he was stopped halfway by a barbarian patrol. Looking at the 2-meter-tall men with arms thicker than his thighs, he decisively stopped the carriage and yelled at the top of his voice, Don't do anything. I'm a messenger from the Tues Valley. Look, I've brought gifts and a message from my master. I want to see your leader." The leading barbarian warrior looked at the trembling youth in front of him with disdain and said gruffly, "Humph, look, another weak southerner. Guess if Leader Wharton will chop off his head and hang it on the flagpole with that idiot from yesterday." Thud. Poor Fate's legs gave way, and he knelt on the ground. His lips were purple from fear, and his teeth were chattering nonstop. A large patch of his pants was instantly wet. "Ha ha 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 ha. Look, this southerner actually peed himself. I really don't understand why Leader Wharton is so careful. We can continue south and take more food. We can make these southerners our slaves and farm the land for us, filling the stomachs of our women and children." Another barbarian warrior mocked the youth loudly as he impatiently expressed his thoughts. However, he obviously didn't notice that the leading warrior was already frowning. He growled in a low voice after a few seconds, "Enough! Have you forgotten how we ended up in this state? Or do you think that we can stop the powerful knights of Lincoln City with just 500 of us? Remember, we are no longer the powerful tribe that everyone feared, but a group of refugees. Don't cause any more trouble for the leader. He has already exhausted all his energy to feed so many mouths. He doesn't have time to waste on you." As a warrior leader, he was very clear about the current situation of the tribe. It was already very difficult to feed more than 10,000 people. Even if they looted everywhere, they could only keep themselves half full. Moreover, the enemies behind them could catch up at any time and kill them all. From a certain point of view, both the external and internal environments had reached their worst state. If they were not careful, the barbarian tribes in the border forest would become history, and the 10,000 women and children would become the targets of the enemy's slaughter and enslavement. With the sudden reprimand from the leader of the warriors, the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Even the guy who was proud of himself a moment ago was not looking good. His two hands were tightly clenched into fists, and his breathing became rapid. His eyes were bloodshot, and no one knew whether it was because of anger or hatred. "All right, I don't want to talk too much nonsense. Bring this person along and meet the leader. Also, you better not underestimate the Wizard Lord in Tues Valley. He personally defeated the Ogre King and more than 2,000 warriors of the Shifts tribe. It is said that he has mastered very terrifying sorcery. Why else do you think the leader didn't give the order to attack?" Having said that, the leading warrior grabbed Fate, and the other warriors were in charge of leading the carriage. They slowly moved towards the camp. One of the warriors carried a weapon on his back and took the lead to run. It seemed like he was going to report back. Barbarian warriors had extraordinary endurance. They could run for hours in the wilderness, and their speed was sometimes comparable to that of a horse. Some of the more powerful ones could even run for days and nights. It could be said that their muscle and heart functions were far beyond the best athletes on earth. The magical energy that was everywhere had changed the body beyond imagination. However, it would only gradually become apparent after reaching level 12. With the help of a group of barbarians, Felt, who had completely lost his ability to think, was carried into the camp. Many children around the age of 10 followed behind with wooden sticks in their hands, looking at him curiously. Some even poked him twice with the wooden sticks in their hands to see if he was dead or not. Of course, Fate was definitely not dead. He was just scared out of his wits. He was starting to regret accepting this mission, and his mind was filled with thoughts of how he could ensure that his head wouldn't be chopped off. After passing through the camp filled with large pots, the group came to the center. They saw a young man covered in tattoos sitting by the campfire, listening to the teachings of an old man. He nodded from time to time, and his expression was serious and solemn. The strong barbarian warrior threw Fate to the ground and bowed to the young man. "Leader Wharton, we intercepted this person outside. He was driving a carriage with some ale, flour, and dried meat. He claimed to be a messenger from Tue's Valley." Messenger? The young man called Wharton turned around and looked at the trembling Fate in surprise. He then turned back to ask the old man, "Which Dr. Tutumanka, what do you think of this matter?" The old man was obviously old. The wrinkles on his face were like tree bark, wrinkled and piled together. He gently stroked the sparse beard on his chin and replied in a low voice, "Be careful. I can feel that the master behind this messenger is very scheming. He's probably plotting against us, but I don't feel any malice from it. You are the leader of this tribe that was put together at the last minute. Make your own decision. The only thing I need to remind you is that you must not let your guard down. Thank you for your wise advice. Without your help, we would have starved to death. Please don't worry. I plan to ask about the situation first, and then gather the senior warriors for a discussion. After all, we are facing the person who killed Ogre King." Wharton stood up and put on what he thought was a friendly smile. He tried to help the young man up from the ground. However, he didn't know that his actions had turned into a cruel smile in Fate's eyes. Fate's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Chapter 249. Wharton was dumbfounded. He stood there stupidly, not knowing what to do. He turned his head and looked at the old shaman for help. He wanted to get some advice or help. Needless to say, this scene was quite funny. The barbarian warrior's face was red, and the corner of his mouth was twitching. He looked like he wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to. Tutumanka shook his head slightly. He grabbed some blue powder and sprinkled it on the fire. Instantly, a ghostly flame shot up into the sky and slowly formed the shape of an eagle. It circled around the bonfire. He looked up at the dark sky and suddenly shouted, "Son of nature in the sky, don't you want to come down and have a talk with me?" Caw! Following a high-pitched screech, a majestic goshawk swooped down from the sky and landed steadily next to the bonfire. Its body quickly transformed, and in just a few seconds, it turned back into a human. It was Druid Nina, who had been following behind them all this time. After landing on the ground, she slightly bowed to the old man and greeted him with a rather surprised tone. "Hello, respected soul walker. I really didn't expect to see a living soul shaman in the distant south." "Ha ha ha ha. There's nothing to be surprised about. Wherever there are souls and essences, there will be soul shamans. They give us power and teach us how to balance the relationship between the human world and the spiritual world. It's just like how you druids protect nature." Tutumanka laughed and explained. Although his identity was exposed, he wasn't displeased at all. Instead, he admitted that he wasn't a shaman. In fact, although soul shamans and witch doctors looked very similar, they were fundamentally different. The latter was like an elder with rich knowledge of nature. They could use herbs and some animal bones to treat the members of the tribe. Usually, they could also communicate with some gods or powerful creatures. The former was a profession very similar to the Druids, but the Druids' power came from nature, while the soul shaman's power came from soul essences, elemental creatures, incorporeal undead creatures, and some special creatures from other planes. They also used nature's divine spells, but the number of divine spells they mastered was fewer, and the number of times they could cast them was much higher. Some scholars once commented that soul shamans and druids were almost the same as sorcerers and mages. However, soul shamans were better at dealing with spiritual creatures, such as ghosts and spirits. This was because many of their skills were related to the soul. There were very few soul shamans in Oriir. Most ordinary people didn't even know about this profession. In addition, they spent most of their time living with the wild tribes, so they rarely appeared in people's sight. On the other hand, druids who also liked to live in forests and mountains could often come in contact with them. Since both sides had similar ideologies, they often chose to work together to deal with those who maliciously destroyed the natural environment. Their relationship was quite harmonious. The only difference was that the soul shaman preferred to stay in the primitive tribes and guide them to follow the path of the soul, while the druids preferred to live with wild animals, flowers, and trees, living a secluded life. The barbarian leader Wharton was obviously very curious about the elf girl who suddenly appeared. He especially showed a trace of respect for her ability to turn into a goshawk and fly freely in the sky. Although most barbarians were full of fear, disgust, and prejudice when it came to magic, they didn't know why they didn't reject magic potions, weapons, armor, bracers, boots, and other equipment. As for the divine arts, it was even more so for the animals and plants that turned into natural spirits after death. There had always been a very primitive and devout belief in them. Therefore, wild beasts such as eagles, bears, wolves, tigers, lions, leopards, and so on often had special meanings. Some represented bravery, some represented speed, and some represented strength. The goshawk represented heroes. According to barbarian legends, whenever a hero was born in the tribe, goshawks would descend from the sky and offer the blessings of their ancestors. Therefore, Wharton felt that Nina's sudden appearance should be a sign that she would become the savior of the barbarian tribe in the border forest. Just when he was about to say something, Tutu Munka suddenly stood up. His image of an old and weak man was completely different. It was as if he had turned into a ferocious beast. A translucent spirit of a giant bear loomed behind him, giving the people around him great pressure. He grabbed a handful of fire with his withered old hand and fiddled with it as he wished. He lowered his voice and said, "Young son of nature, before you tell us why you are here, I need to make a statement. Although we are on the verge of destruction, we still have some power enough to kill anyone who has evil intentions. I hope you can understand this. Please don't worry. I don't have any evil intentions this time. I just want to convey a message. My master wants to talk to you about the survival and future of barbarians." Nina didn't care about the old man's threat at all. "Master? Who is your master? What does he want?" Tutu Munka asked with a frown. Nina turned around and glanced at the unconscious fate. She answered expressionlessly, "My master is the lord of Tulsi Valley. His name is Andre. As for his purpose, it's better to wait until you meet him. Of course, you can decide the time and place." An invitation from a wizard. Tutu Munka's expression changed slightly. As he muttered under his breath, Then he raised his head and continued to ask, "What does he want from us? I believe you can see that we are just a group of refugees. We don't have anything of value, and we don't have any plans to invade the villages and manors around Lincoln City. The only thing we can do is struggle to survive. My master wants to know what happened in the forest at the border. At the same time, he wants you to work for him. In return, he will give you food and protect you from being hunted down by your enemies." As soon as Nina finished speaking, the young barbarian leader standing next to her immediately roared in agitation. "He wants us to work for a wizard? In your dreams. Unless he defeats us in battle. Otherwise, we will never serve any weak southerner, especially when he's a wizard who uses evil magic." Obviously, like most barbarians, Wharton didn't have a friendly attitude towards Arcanists. To be more precise, he treated them as if they had killed his father. If it weren't for the fact that she was a woman, he would have grabbed his weapon and charged at her. Chapter 250. Since you're willing to choose death, I won't waste any more words. Goodbye. Oh, by the way, before I leave, I'll kindly inform you that when I was flying over, I circled around the edge of the forest and accidentally saw a large army advancing in this direction from afar. They'll arrive in, at most, 1 day and 1 night. I hope they're not here to kill you all. After saying that, Nina revealed a cold smile on her face. She directly transformed into a goshawk, flapped her wings, and flew into the sky. As a druid, she didn't care about the lives of these barbarians. She didn't even care about the lives of the entire human world. In fact, the druids of Oriar were more like the cold-blooded animals described in Tao Te Ching. Heaven and earth are merciless and treat all creatures as dogs. In their eyes, protecting the law of survival of the fittest and the natural cycle was more important than anything else. As for the life and death of 1 or 2 species, it was insignificant in front of the great nature. Although the druids often had conflicts with the residents and nobles living around the forest in order to protect the forest, those were the actions of a few extremist sections. The real primitive druids normally only cared about the basic needs. For example, if a person was hungry, they would kill a rabbit and eat it. If a person was very cold, they would cut off some branches to use as firewood. These were all part of the natural cycle, and they wouldn't care about them at all. What they really wanted to stop was the endless destruction of the natural environment for the purpose of profit. For this, they wouldn't hesitate to kill thousands of people. Balance was the rule that all druids had to follow. Otherwise, they would not be able to receive blessings from nature, and they would not be able to use nature's divine spells. It was also this balance that made most of the druids, who were absolutely neutral, seem very cold. They could watch a beggar starve to death without giving a single copper coin, and they could watch a newborn freeze to death without giving a single piece of clothing. In their eyes, birth, old age, sickness, and death were a cycle. It was a balance that couldn't be broken, and it was the guarantee of the whole world's continuous operation. Without a doubt, Nina was such a cold druid. She never cared about the so-called good and evil, much less the lives of more than 10,000 barbarians. Thus, after receiving an affirmative answer, she did not give the other party a chance to continue speaking. She spread her wings and flew towards the castle. As Tutu Munka watched the goshawk gradually disappear into the distance, he instantly showed signs of fatigue. He turned around and returned to his seat, sighed helplessly, and muttered to himself, "Sigh? They caught up after all." Wharton was so angry that he raised his fist and slammed it on the table. Wood chips flew everywhere. He gritted his teeth and cursed loudly, "Bastard, we have given up our homes and hunting grounds. Those filthy half-beastmen still won't let us off. Bah, since that's the case, we might as well go all out. Let the bravery of the barbarians remain forever in the hearts of the people." His words were instantly echoed by many of the adult warriors. For a moment, the crowd was agitated. They all waved their weapons and shouted, wanting nothing more than to charge out and fight to the death with their enemies. Seeing this, a bitter smile appeared on Tutu Munka's face. He raised his arm and waved his hand. No, now is not the time to show off. First, we need to ensure that we can survive. Moreover, we are far from being at the end of our rope. Wake up that youth who calls himself an envoy. I think we need to start considering the mage lord's suggestion. You mean you want us to serve a sorcerer who uses evil magic? Wharton's eyes widened. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. It wasn't just him. All of the barbarian warriors present seemed to have been immobilized. Their mouths were open, so wide that one could stuff a goose egg into them. The old man nodded helplessly. That's right. Becoming someone's vassal is much better than letting the women and children become the spoils of war of the enemy, isn't it? Moreover, we still have a chance to negotiate. We might be able to get a better deal. 2 hours later, the last rays of the sun finally disappeared from the horizon. It was replaced by a sky full of stars and a bright moon. No one knew what was going on in this world. The moon and the stars could defy common sense and hang in the night sky at the same time. It was said that the moon represented the goddess of the moon, Selene, and each of the stars represented a god. Although it sounded strange, this saying was deeply rooted in people's hearts. From the king to the commoners, no one had ever doubted it. Even the wizards who pursued the truth could not find out the truth. The legends of countless gods made the night sky particularly beautiful, especially the bright moon. It seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mysterious fog, giving people endless fanciful thoughts. Unfortunately, Furt had no time to appreciate the beautiful scenery in front of him. He was in a daze. His mind was filled with the words that the old man had just said to him. At the same time, he was thinking about how to explain it to his lord. Unknowingly, he arrived at the castle at the entrance of the valley. Because it was a full moon tonight, the soldiers standing on the wall recognized the young man at first glance. They quickly ordered their companions to lower the drawbridge. A few minutes later, the young man returned to the safety of the castle. Andre was eating at the long table in the hall. On his left and right were Chloe and Elsa. The little lowly Beverly was sticking close to her mother. She quickly opened a boiled goose egg, dipped it in sauce, and put it into her mouth. After more than a month of nutrition, her thin face had finally regained some baby fat. Although her height had not increased significantly, her body was not as thin as before. Her second feature was that she had begun to develop slowly. It seemed that in a year or two, she would be almost the same as the noble girls of the same age. As an attendant, Nina sat next to Chloe. When she ate, she did not use a knife or fork at all. Instead, she just grabbed the food with her hands. She did not have the elegance of the legendary elves. Instead, she looked more like a rude barbarian. Fortunately, in order not to attract attention, she deliberately used the hood to cover her pointed ears, so the servants only felt that it was a pity. Such a beautiful woman. When she ate, it was as if she was fighting a war. Especially that face full of oil paint. It was completely like a ghost. They did not know that Nina had been hunting in the wild with the winter wolves since she was very young. Her wild nature and survival instincts had been deeply ingrained in her bones. They were afraid that she would never be able to learn how to eat like a gentleman or a lady. As for her animal companion, the winter wolf Michelle, it had already eaten its fill. It was lying on a felt not far away, burping and playing with the cat with its paws. Chapter 251. The head of internal affairs, Abner, was sitting at the back, tasting of fresh base. As someone who came from a relatively dry area, he had a special preference for fish, prawns, crabs, and shellfish. Every bite was delicious. The chef's cooking method was simple. He smeared oil and salt on the body of the fish, then put onions, ginger, and garlic into the belly of the fish, and threw it into the pot to steam for 10 minutes. But to Abner, this was already a rare delicacy. He would close his eyes to savor the taste after every bite, as if he wanted to keep the delicious taste in his mouth forever. A few young women served him carefully, while the male servants stood on both sides, quietly waiting for their masters to finish eating. Obviously, this was a typical scene of nobles in Oriar having a meal. But strictly speaking, a slave like Abner did not have the right to sit at the table. Fortunately, he had been appointed as the head of internal affairs and was in charge of the construction and management of the entire territory. The huge power offset the difference in status, so he was able to sit at the table and eat. Looking at the table full of food, coupled with the fragrance in the air, Fart subconsciously swallowed his saliva and bowed respectfully. He stuttered, My lord, I'm back." Andre swallowed the food in his mouth, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and raised his head to ask, Speak. What good news have you brought?" He had heard Nina's report more than an hour ago. At the same time, he also knew that there was an army of goblins, earth goblins, and half-orcs marching toward them. There were about 10,000 of them. Although most of them were ordinary goblins, ants could still kill an elephant when there were enough of them, let alone a group of thugs armed with lethal weapons. Without a doubt, they were coming for the barbarians. Now, the mystery had been revealed. It turned out that the barbarians had been driven out of the border forest by a terrifying number of monsters. And for some reason, the other parties seemed to want to kill them all. "My lord, the barbarians said that they are willing to meet with you to discuss the conditions. The time is tonight at midnight, and the location is in the open space outside the valley." Fart took a deep breath and replied with trembling. Hearing this, Andre paused for a moment, then suddenly laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha ha! Who said that the barbarians are all stubborn? See, they know how to compromise in the face of danger. Looks like tonight's negotiation will be very interesting." "Are you sure you want to meet the barbarians at night? I'm afraid that's not very safe. Is it?" Abner raised his doubts with a frown. Nina directly wiped her mouth with a dirty leather wristband and said with a contemptuous smile, "You don't have to worry about that. They can't even take care of themselves now, so they definitely won't take the initiative to provoke any enemies." Andre nodded. "That's right. War is coming. Inform Buzz to stop training from tonight. Distribute all the helmets, breastplates, bows, arrows, poisons, lances, and scimitars we bought. Feed all the war horses to ensure they have enough stamina. As the saying goes, soldiers are trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. Even though it had only been a month or so of training, the cavalry from the kingdom of Brant already had the demeanor of elites. In addition, they were veterans who had been on the battlefield for a long time. Therefore, they didn't have the trouble of new recruits on the battlefield. War. Are there people coming to attack this place again? Elsa asked with a face full of anxiety. As a normal person, she was most afraid of war and slaughter. After the last war with the barbarians, she had nightmares for several days. She still had lingering fears when she thought about it. "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. You just have to stay in the castle with peace of mind," Andre said as he patted the young widow's shoulder comfortingly. He stood up and walked to Fate, looking up and down at the frightened youth. "What else did the barbarians ask you to bring? Tell me everything in one breath." Fate gulped nervously and took a deep breath. "There's an old man called Tutumanka who said that if you don't intend to interfere in this matter, then the monster's next target will be Lincoln City and the surrounding villages. A threat." Andre muttered softly to himself. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a trace of disdain. He didn't believe that a mere 10,000 monsters could do anything to Lincoln City. Putting aside the powerful association of mages and the churches of the gods, just the city guards and the knights would be enough to make the enemies suffer, not to mention the private armies of the nobles and the impregnable city walls. Back then, the ogre mages had gathered an allied army of over 300,000 monsters. What had happened in the end? After fiercely attacking for half a month, they could only end up nursing a grievance at the foot of the city wall. They ran back to the border forest with their tails between their legs. It was said that blood and corpses dyed the ground red. That year, the crops and weeds grew more luxuriant than in previous years. After getting the information he wanted, André no longer paid any attention to the youth in front of him. He turned and walked towards the stairs. Seeing this, Nina hurriedly stood up and followed closely behind. It didn't take long for them to disappear around the corner of the stairs. Abner understood the urgency of the situation. He couldn't be bothered to continue enjoying the delicious steamed fish. He took out a ruby from his pocket and tossed it to Fate. He brought along 2 servants and headed straight for the stables. Soon, the 3 of them galloped towards the central lake on their horses, disappearing into the night. The news of the impending war made everyone lose their appetite. Elsa quickly finished the food on her plate and pulled her daughter's hand, hiding in her room without looking back. In comparison, Chloe was much calmer. Not only did she eat twice as much as usual, but she also took her rapier and went straight to the basement to learn from her swordsmanship teacher, Lys. The adventure in the maze had broadened her horizons, especially the army of shadow creatures under the control of the black-robed man at the end. They were far more terrifying than any living thing, so she didn't take the 10,000 monsters seriously at all. After another hour, as Buzz led the fully armed cavalry into the castle, everyone felt the tension in the air. The servants in charge of training and feeding the hounds loosened the leashes and let them patrol the corridors and sewers. As soon as they noticed the slightest movement, they would immediately bark nonstop. The main purpose of this was to prevent any thieves from sneaking in and creating chaos or quietly opening the door. After all, the hounds were very sensitive to smell. Even if the thief was in stealth mode, it would be difficult to fool them. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, midnight came. Chapter 252. André, who was standing on the top floor of the castle, looked at the large fire that suddenly appeared in the distance. He smiled and said to Nina, "They're here. Let's go. Let's go and meet the soul shaman you mentioned. His power is very dangerous. You'd better be careful," Nina reminded in a low voice. André smiled indifferently. "Haha, don't worry. I've seen people who are 1,000 times more dangerous than him. This is nothing." Buzz narrowed his eyes and stared at the barbarians approaching the castle wall. He held the hilt of his curved sword tightly and asked in a low voice, "Master, do you need me to send 50 of my brothers to follow you in case of any accidents?" André shook his head gently. "No need. These barbarians can't hurt me. Besides, it's very dangerous to lower the drawbridge at this time. You'd better let everyone stay where they are and maintain their level. Besides, there are only 2 of them, right?" After saying that, he stroked the black crystal on the ring with his finger and immediately activated the teleportation ability on it. In a short moment, he was teleported from the top of the castle to an open space 200 meters away. The night breeze brushed against his skin, bringing a hint of coolness, although it was already spring, and the temperature during the day could even reach about 24 degrees. The night was still very cold, probably less than 10 degrees. In addition, the mountain wind was a little strong, so André, who was only wearing a magician's robe, felt very uncomfortable. However, he didn't have time to go back and change because an old man and a young barbarian were standing less than 5 meters away. Neither of them spoke first. They just stared at each other like this, as if they were competing for patience instead of negotiating. This strange situation lasted for a full 10 minutes. In the end, the old man sighed slightly and said in a very helpless tone, "Young man, it seems that you have extraordinary patience and perseverance. And your level is not low either. It's hard to imagine who could teach a little monster like you. Thank you for the compliment, but it's a little too early for you to call me a monster. In the vast land of the South, there are countless people who are stronger than me. The reason why you think I'm difficult to deal with is because your vision is too narrow. It's like a frog in a well. It can only see the sky as big as the mouth of the well. In its eyes, that's all there is to the world. In addition, I want to remind you before the negotiation begins. Don't take advantage of your seniority. Your little tricks are useless against me because I already have a lot of trump cards. They are so powerful that they are beyond your imagination. I only need to stretch out a finger to crush a self-righteous old man like you to death." After saying that, a cold smile appeared on Andre's face. His sharp gaze was like a knife, directly stabbing into the old man's chest. The reason why he was so aggressive was that he was running out of time, and he did not want to waste time arguing. If he could not solve the problem of the barbarians quickly, he would not be able to stabilize the rear before the monsters arrived. Therefore, he had to be aggressive and let the barbarians feel his impatience. Before the old man could say anything, the young barbarian warrior beside him opened his eyes wide and roared, "Despicable Magus! How dare you disrespect witch Dr. Tutumanka? I want—" Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly realized that Andre, who was standing in front of him, had disappeared. The next second, he was kicked hard behind his knee, and the back of his head was hit hard. He lost his balance and knelt on the ground with a thud. He then felt a chill on his neck and saw a long sword glowing with dark red light resting on his shoulder. If he had moved slightly to the left, it would have easily pierced his neck. "You'd better behave yourself. Otherwise, I don't mind making sure that you can never open your stinking mouth again. Remember, if I hear any more disrespectful words, you and your people will become history. The orcs and goblins won't even need to do anything. I will personally send all of you to the embrace of the Grim Reaper." After Andre finished speaking, he gave the barbarian a hard kick and sheathed his longsword. In the blink of an eye, he had returned to the position he had just occupied. He knew that if he wanted to subdue the barbarians for his own use, he had to suppress their arrogance, especially that inexplicable sense of superiority. He could not allow even a trace of it to remain. The proud barbarian leader obviously could not stand such humiliation. He quickly got up from the ground, and without another word, pulled out his weapon and prepared to fight. But before he could take a step forward, Tutumanka, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, pulled him back and shook his head gently. "Forget it, Wharton. You're no match for him. Even if you rush up, you'll only be toyed with. Don't waste your energy. We're here to negotiate, not to fight." Wharton's face was red with agitation. He stuttered and growled, but he just insulted you. At the same time, he insulted me. He, my child. First of all, you have to understand that we are now in a life and death situation. As long as the tribe can continue to survive, even death is nothing to be afraid of, let alone a little insult. If you want to be a qualified leader, then perseverance and calmness are the qualities you must possess. The old man taught his student very calmly, and there was not a trace of anger on his wrinkled face. According to barbarian tradition, when there was an abnormal change of power in the tribe, the witch doctor with the highest status would automatically become the new leader's teacher, teaching him how to become a qualified leader. During this time, the new leader would have to unconditionally obey all of the teacher's orders. Therefore, although Wharton was very unwilling, he still suppressed his anger, gritted his teeth, and put away his weapon. He stood there without saying a word. Seeing such an interesting scene, the corners of Andre's mouth curled up slightly, and he laughed playfully. "Ha ha! Well said. A long time ago, a scholar once said a very philosophical sentence. In this cruel world, only those who survive can win everything. Those so-called idiots who choose to die with honor are just a bunch of pathetic losers." Tutumanka nodded in agreement. "Yes, there is only hope and a future if you live. It is because of this that we have come today to hear your conditions." "My conditions are very simple. All barbarians will join my territory and become my people. In return, I will be responsible for providing you with shelter and enough food to fill your stomachs. I can even give you some cattle and sheep to graze in the surrounding wilderness. In return, the adult barbarians must fight for me." Chapter 253. Without any hesitation, Andre directly stated his conditions. Although he knew that it was almost impossible for the arrogant barbarians to accept this, as the saying went, raise the price on the spot, then return the money on the spot. During negotiations, he would first offer a more outrageous price, then lower it bit by bit to let the other party feel that he had taken advantage of them. Thus, he would achieve his true goal. Similar techniques had been used many times on Earth, but it should be enough to deal with the barbarians who had a relatively primitive way of thinking. Impossible. The noble children of the forest would rather choose death than become the slave of an evil wizard. Wharton, who had been holding his breath, couldn't hold it in any longer and let out an angry roar. The old man comforted the irritable young warrior and stared at Andre with a very serious expression. He said in a rather heavy tone, "Young man, you are too greedy. You actually want to take advantage of the situation. This is not good. You don't understand the way of the barbarian tribes at all. We belong to nature, and we belong to the forest where the spirits of our ancestors float." Andre, who had already prepared himself for rejection, pretended to shrug his shoulders helplessly. "All right, then I'll take a step back. All barbarians must serve me for 5 years, and then you can take those who are willing to follow you back to the forest. However, there is one condition. You are not allowed to force them, and I will not use any means to force them to stay. In the end, those who are unwilling to leave will automatically become my people. At the same time, we must also sign an agreement to help each other in times of need." 5 years. Tutumanka muttered to himself in a low voice, his brows furrowed as he seriously considered the gains and losses. After a full 5 minutes, he finally reluctantly nodded. "All right. However, I must add one more condition. When we leave, you must provide a portion of food and weapons." In the eyes of the old man, 5 years was enough for the 11 or 12-year-old children to grow up into qualified barbarian warriors. By then, with the help of weapons and armor made by humans, it would be no problem for them to return to the forest for revenge. However, he obviously didn't know that a farming civilization had an extremely terrifying ability to assimilate a hunting civilization. This was especially true for those children whose worldview, values, and outlook on life had not yet been fixed. This had been proven countless times on Earth. As long as Andre could let all the barbarians experience the benefits of herding and farming in these 5 years, he was afraid that the other party wouldn't even be able to take a fifth of the people away. Once the lowly women obtained their freedom, they would definitely not be willing to continue to be unscrupulously controlled by the men. Staying would become the inevitable choice. If there were no women, how could a tribe survive? How could they develop? It could be said that after Tutumanka agreed to this condition, he had pushed the entire tribe into a sweet trap. The last barbarians in the border forest would slowly be assimilated within 5 years and finally be integrated into the civilized world, becoming a trump card in Andre's hands. In fact, from the first time he saw the barbarians, they had a straightforward personality, excellent physique, and super endurance. They were simply born warriors, coupled with the primitive spirit of martial arts and the pursuit of glory. With a little training, they would become the most elite heavy infantry. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had to get rid of their bad habit of fighting alone. Once he thought of the scene of the barbarians in tight formation slowly advancing, a trace of anticipation appeared on Andre's face. He smiled and extended his right hand. I accept your additional conditions, but I also have an additional condition. In these 5 years, all barbarian warriors must receive training and fight for me. If you agree, then shake my hand. If you don't, then please turn around and leave. The young barbarian leader, Wharton, curled his lips in disdain. We are the most outstanding warriors. All of us have superb martial arts. We don't need any training. Even though he had suffered a great loss at the hands of Andre, that was the power of magic. He didn't think that a magus could defeat him in pure hand-to-hand combat. In response to Wharton's rebuttal, Andre didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Perhaps what you say makes sense. You are indeed brave and skilled in battle, but that's only when you fight alone. Think about the few times you've clashed with the army of Lincoln City. When have you not returned in defeat? Remember, an army and individual courage are two different things. Before you are strong enough to fight against an entire army, formation, discipline, and excellent equipment are the most powerful guarantees of victory. What I'm about to teach you is the true way of war. He's right, my young leader. Now, go shake his hand. We won't lose out by forming an alliance with a powerful and intelligent wizard. Tutumanka gave Wharton a light push, his clear eyes shining with the light of wisdom. Under the gaze of the old man, Wharton unwillingly took 2 steps forward. He reached out his rough and powerful hand and firmly shook it. He said in a very serious tone, I swear on behalf of the last barbarian tribe in the border forest, from now on until today, 5 years later, we willingly accept your rule and obey your leadership. I also swear that I will provide you with sufficient food and shelter in these 5 years. Andre mimicked Wharton's tone and made a promise. He was very clear that even though it was only a verbal vow, with the barbarian's personality that valued promises and honor, there was almost no possibility of them going back on their word unless there was a major change. The next thing they had to consider was how to deal with the incoming goblin and orc army. After an unfriendly handshake, the atmosphere became much more relaxed. Both sides understood what this alliance meant to them. The barbarians had escaped from their precarious lives and had a place where they could live and reproduce temporarily. They didn't have to starve or freeze, and they didn't have to worry about the possibility of an army from Lincoln City. On the other hand, Andre took advantage of this opportunity to gain an important force. More than 10,000 women and children would become qualified laborers, and the agriculture and animal husbandry in his territory would develop rapidly. More than 500 adult barbarian warriors could rival 3 times the number of human soldiers. In addition to more than 350 cavalrymen, the military power in his hands could be ranked in the top 10 of all the nobles in Lincoln City. He only lacked a few generals who could command the troops in battle. However, the combination of a wizard, a bard, and a druid wasn't weak at all. In fact, it was even stronger. Chapter 254. Of course, now there was also a soul shaman whose strength was unknown. A total of 4 spellcasters gathered in a remote territory. Perhaps even the 4 dukes who held great power would be extremely jealous if they knew. Although there were dozens of mages, and a similar number of priests in Linden City. They were not loyal to any particular family. The priests in particular would always obey the god they served, followed by the church, and then the city hall. Unless the priest was a member of a noble family, they would never be recruited by the nobles. The mages, on the other hand, were creatures of profit. At most, they would maintain some close cooperation, and pledging loyalty was wishful thinking. Otherwise, there would not be such an abnormal organization like the Association of Mages that was independent of the administrative system. Since they had formed an alliance, André did not intend to guard against the barbarians. He waved his hand and signaled for the guards in the castle to lower the drawbridge, inviting the barbarians inside for a discussion. The young barbarian leader, Wharton, did not hesitate to lead 500 barbarian warriors, women, and children into the castle. The head of internal affairs, Abner, did not even have time to sleep. He quickly ordered his subordinates to set up a large number of tents at the back. In the end, there were not even enough tents, so they could only start a bonfire. Fortunately, the barbarians were not picky. Even the women were exceptionally strong, and it did not matter if they slept on the ground for a few nights. Thus, the chaotic scene was soon over, and all of them slept beside the warm bonfire. It could be seen that they were used to obeying the leadership of men. Although there was confusion in their eyes and fear for the future, they did not have the slightest intention of resisting. They were rather docile throughout the entire process. After settling down the large number of barbarian women and children, Abner immediately returned to the hall and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He smiled bitterly and complained, "Sir, it is a good thing to have enough manpower, but there are too many of them. We are severely lacking in resources. Food is not a problem, but the key is the lack of daily necessities such as iron pots, tents, and tools. We also need large amounts of cloth. They need to bathe as soon as possible and change out of those dirty animal skins. Otherwise, I can't stand that damned smell." The chief of internal affairs' words made Wharton blush a little. He stuttered as he explained, We are barbarians, children of the forest. It's okay to sleep on the ground, and we don't need too many things. Just a pot to boil, soup will do." Looking at the young barbarian leader's uneasy expression, the corners of André's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a playful smile. He joked, "Oh, my friend, that's not right." After all, what Abner had mentioned earlier were all necessities. Since they were necessities, they had irreplaceable uses. For example, the iron pot can provide a small amount of iron to the body when cooking soup. Iron is an important part of the human body's blood. The tent can effectively prevent mosquito bites. Trust me, the germs that these little things carry are not good. Maintaining a clean personal hygiene can effectively prevent many diseases. Finally, the tools can greatly increase production efficiency. Sir, you are absolutely right. I think we will need to spend a large sum of money to purchase some things from the city. According to my estimates, we will need at least 1,000 iron pots, 500 large tents, sickles, axes, saws, hoes, and other farming tools. We will also need to purchase a large number of tools for herding. I estimate that it will cost at least tens of thousands of gold coins. The old and shrewd Abner quickly reported a price that was more than 10 times the actual price. In any case, the barbarians living in the forest had no way of knowing the price of goods. The higher the price, the more the other party would feel that they owed him. Actually, an ordinary iron pot only cost 5 silver coins each. The tents, on the other hand, were slightly more expensive at around 10 gold coins. Adding on the various tools and cheap linen, it would not exceed 20,000 gold coins at most. It was the perfect price to use to earn a favor. This was because to the barbarians, these were things that they normally wanted but could not obtain at all. This was especially true for metal products. Many cities imposed strict restrictions on the sale of metal products to the surrounding primitive tribes. Therefore, when they obtained metal products, they would not use them as tools. Instead, they would simply process them and turn them into crude weapons. Generally speaking, most of the barbarians and monsters in the forest wielded wooden mallets and clubs filled with the teeth of ferocious beasts. Only warriors with outstanding performance had the right to obtain metal weapons. Due to the extremely humid environment in the rainforest, weapons would usually rust after a short period of time. Therefore, metal was an extremely precious and scarce resource to the barbarians. Unless it was a large tribe that had close ties with smuggling caravans, ordinary small to medium-sized tribes could only use bones and stones as a substitute. Andre pretended to be generous and said, "It's fine. Send out a carrier pigeon and ask Borg to buy some from Linton City. I'm a generous person, and I will never mistreat my allies." Mr. Wizard, thank you very much for your generosity. However, I feel that instead of spending so much money on women and children, it would be better to give our warriors better weapons. Wharton stood up from his chair excitedly as he spoke. Andre did not reply immediately. Instead, he turned his head and smiled at Tutumanka, who was sitting beside him. He knew that the one who could make the decision among the barbarians was this old man, and not the hot-blooded young chieftain. Tutumanka looked at the excited Wharton helplessly and nodded slightly. "If you have the energy to spare, take out some weapons and armor. After all, these warriors will be fighting for you for the next 5 years. I promise you that you will receive sufficient compensation." With his life experience, he naturally knew that the young chieftain had been set up by a group of people. However, since things had come to this, he had to pay a price. Otherwise, when the war was imminent, he could not let his warriors fight the enemy with crude weapons. There are still some weapons and armor stored in the warehouse. If you need them, just go and get them from Abner. Also, I hope to receive some detailed information about the soul shaman as compensation. Is that okay with you? Andre leaned forward slightly and asked tentatively. It was obvious that the soul shaman, who had control over the soul essence and soul energy, had piqued his interest, especially the ability to directly control and harm spirit creatures. It sounded a little unbelievable. Chapter 255. Of course, the path of the soul isn't a secret, and I'm willing to share it with others. However, this path is more difficult than most known professions, and the more intelligent a person is, the harder it is for them to persevere. The old man's eyes shone with a meaningful light as he spoke. Andre smiled and spread out his hands. "It's all right. I don't intend to become a soul shaman. I just want to understand the profession. After all, the soul is the most important and mysterious part of all creatures. Soul shamans seem to have a unique understanding of the soul. I believe you can satisfy my curiosity, right?" Just to satisfy the curiosity of a wizard? Tutumanka's mouth twitched slightly as he asked in a low voice, "What else do you think it is? Do you think I can decipher the secrets of the soul shaman with just 1 or 2 conversations?" Andre half-jokingly kicked the ball back to Tutumanka. Tutumanka was very confident in himself. He shook his head slightly. "No, I've never doubted that. Even the most talented person would need at least 5 to 10 years to become a soul shaman. They would have to use their own soul to communicate with all kinds of spirits and spirits. The slightest mistake would cause them to be devoured by the raging spirits and turn them into complete idiots. Let's end this topic here. It's better for us to discuss how to deal with those damned orcs and goblins." "No problem. I've never lacked patience. Once we've solved the problem at hand, we'll discuss the secrets of the soul together. However, before we get to the main topic, I want to know what happened in the border forest. How did the incomparably powerful barbarian tribe fall into such dire straits? Seeing that the old man didn't want to talk about this topic, Andre didn't force him. He immediately changed the topic to a more sensitive one. Although he already had a rough guess in his heart, he still wanted to hear the personal experience of the person involved. For example, what kind of person could unite so many monster tribes? What was their goal? Was it a precursor to a large-scale invasion of the barbarians? All in all, as a lord at the forefront, he had to be prepared for the worst. I think it's better for Wharton to tell you this. He had just returned from hunting when the disaster happened, and saw the hellish scene with his own eyes. After Tutu Munka finished speaking, he pushed the young barbarian leader from behind. Unconcealable anger and hatred appeared on his aged face. Wharton's face didn't look any better. He clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth. Finally, he raised his fist and slammed it on the hardwood table. He roared fiercely. Those despicable kobolds first dug a tunnel underground. Then countless goblins, gnomes, and half-orcs rushed out from the tunnel. They didn't care whether they were male or female, old or young. They killed everyone they saw and set fire everywhere. In just a dozen minutes, our resistance was crushed. I was the only one who was lucky enough to survive out of a tribe of 2,000 people. Not only us, but all the barbarian tribes in the border forest suffered the same fate. The 10,000 women, children, and 500 warriors you see now are actually a temporary team formed by small groups of survivors. I'm afraid these are the only barbarians left in the border forest. After hearing the news, Andre gasped and asked in surprise, "How many monsters are there? Did they attack all the barbarian tribes on the same day? Do you know who planned all this?" Although he always liked to pretend to be a wise man who didn't panic in the face of chaos, he couldn't keep his calm at this moment. His whole body became incomparably nervous. Not only did his breathing become rapid, but the index finger of his left hand also twitched slightly. If the people of Lonely Mountain Town saw this scene, they would immediately hide far away, because most people knew that once the ace hunter of the town showed these two movements, he was in an extremely bad mood. The terrible anger accumulated in his heart was about to erupt. Whether it was a terrifying beast or an arrogant person who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, they would soon face a disaster. Obviously, most barbarians couldn't answer the question of numbers. They even had to deal with more than 10 goods, one by one, let alone count the number of enemies in the midst of chaos. The old man took a deep breath and answered in a very sorrowful voice. There were 700,000 barbarians living in the west of the border forest, but they were all attacked in less than a month. Every time, it was a tragic massacre. Some of the refugees from the large tribes even claimed to have seen ogres and giants. I believe that as a mage, you should understand what this means, right? Of course, all the monsters in the border forest have been united again. Although I don't know the specific reason, I think there are only two possibilities. The first is that another powerful monster has appeared in the forest and intends to launch an all-out attack on Linton City and the surrounding areas. It wants to establish a regime made up entirely of monsters, and humans will become their slaves. The second is that a schemer has planned all of this. Perhaps it's an inland lord who holds a grudge against Linton City, or perhaps it's... At this point, Andre suddenly remembered that he'd met a half-orc mercenary called Cass on the road not long ago. He seemed to have said that he was going to the border forest to complete a mission. The timing was exactly the same. Once he thought that someone had secretly hidden an army of monsters in the border forest, his face was instantly filled with haze. He knew that the person controlling the army was very likely the mastermind behind the plot to overthrow Linton City. This also meant that it would be much more difficult for him to win this game. What could it be? I feel like you've remembered something. Tutu Munka was keenly aware of the change in Andre's mood and immediately stood up to ask loudly. The hatred that was engraved in his bones made this originally benevolent old man look extremely ferocious. The spirit of the giant bear loomed behind him, its withered hands covered in a layer of energy. It actually scratched a very deep claw mark on the hardwood table. Andre took a deep breath and gently rubbed between his eyebrows. His expression was solemn as he replied, "I'm not sure yet, but I think this matter is related to a powerful enemy." Chapter 256. Tutu Monka suppressed his anger, glaring at Leyland with bloodshot eyes. Who is he? Why is he doing this to us? I'm sorry. I still don't know who this person is, but I've clashed with his subordinates many times in secret. The only thing I'm sure of is that he's very powerful. With your current strength, you can't even protect yourselves, let alone take revenge. Give up on those unrealistic thoughts and think of a way to get through this crisis first. We'll talk about the future later. Andre didn't know how to explain the identity and background of the mastermind to these two people who had been blinded by hatred. Could he tell them that their enemy was an apprentice of a legendary lich? If he really did that, he wasn't sure how the old lich behind the scenes would react. Therefore, he could only appease the old lich first. At the very least, before he completely controlled the other barbarians, nothing must happen to these two. Tutu Monka took a few deep breaths and finally managed to suppress his anger. He nodded vigorously and said, "Very good. Since you're his enemy, I believe that with your intelligence, you'll be able to uncover this executioner sooner or later. Promise me that if you know his identity, you'll tell me immediately." "No problem. I promise that if I know his identity, I'll inform you immediately." Without any hesitation, Andre agreed to the old man's request. Taking revenge for the people who had died tragically was a matter of course. He had no reason to stop them, and at the same time, he couldn't stop them. Otherwise, they would definitely treat him as an enemy. Forgiveness was easy to say, but no one would be able to do it one day. Unless they didn't have the ability, they would all embark on the path of revenge without hesitation. In essence, Andre was a person who advocated revenge. If someone dared to hurt his family and friends, he wouldn't hesitate to take revenge. He would use all the resources and power he had to make them sink into a quagmire. Then, he would use even crueler methods to kill his enemies' family and friends one by one. He would let them experience the most painful things in life and then completely wipe them from the body to the soul. "Thank you. I owe you one." Tutu Monka's expression was incomparably serious when he said this. Anyone could see that he had made a promise that had to be repaid with his life. The young barbarian leader Wharton also thumped his own chest and roared, "Magus, if you can find out who that bastard is, I swear in the name of my ancestors that all the barbarians in the border forest will become your allies. Thank you for your trust. I promise that if I have the chance, I'll make this person pay the price, in blood. But before that, we need to collect some interest from his minions. We need to make sure that these 10,000 monsters don't return alive." After saying that, Andre stood up, took out the dagger he always carried with him, and stabbed it into a simple map. He pointed at the place where the dagger had pierced and spoke in a chilling voice. "This place is only 10 kilometers away from Tue's Valley. It's a large wasteland. There's a lone peak on the left, a forest on the right, and a mountain stream behind us. There's only a suspension bridge connecting the two sides. I have a plan that can kill all 10,000 goblins and orcs, but I need everyone's cooperation. As long as we can kill these bastards, I'm willing to do anything, even if I lose the chance to kiss a wild boar's. But Wharton gritted his teeth and promised. Buzz slammed the table heavily as well. Master, we've been training strictly for more than a month. It's time to test the results. Seeing that the two of them had expressed their stance, Andre immediately nodded in satisfaction. Very good. I'll start assigning tasks now. Remember, you can ask if there's anything you don't understand, but you must follow my instructions to the letter. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Hee. You don't have to worry about that. You should know how strict our discipline is now. Even the warhorses won't make a single sound once the order is given. Buzz revealed a smug expression. Wharton turned his head and glanced at the barbarian warriors under him. He suddenly felt a little guilty and stammered, I'll try my best. Not try your best. You have to do it. You have to restrain your men on the battlefield, especially when you send out the signal to stand your ground. You can't go out on your own. You have to stay where you are like nails and not move at all. There's no room for negotiation. Andre's tone was resolute and decisive. He didn't give Wharton a chance to retort. One had to know that the barbarian warriors were brave in battle, but they didn't cherish their lives at all. This was especially so when they activated their berserk abilities. They were in a state where they didn't recognize anyone. Even their own father would be attacked as long as they were close to them. Just imagine the scene of hundreds of lunatics wielding weapons crazily killing in a crowd. They usually didn't end up being killed by the enemy, but by their own men. Ever since the alliance, Andre had regarded the 500 barbarian warriors as part of his assets. He would feel heartache if any of them died, so he wouldn't allow them to risk their lives. Therefore, he had to ensure that these guys listened to his orders. This way, he could use tactics to obtain the greatest victory with the least cost. In fact, he didn't intend to fight the enemy head-on from the beginning. After all, although the goblins were known as the trash among the monsters, their physique was only a little worse than humans. It was just that their strength and height were a little worse. If they had an advantage in numbers, the threat would be quite terrifying. Most importantly, these destructive little monsters were followed by the half-orcs. They were one of the strong races that weren't inferior to the barbarians. They were smarter than the orcs and stronger than humans, fully demonstrating the so-called advantages of being mixed blood. They were also proficient in using all kinds of weapons. It was said that some half-orc tribes even reared giant wolves. They were large, magical beasts that were very similar to winter wolves. Not only did they have the intelligence of a human, but they could also speak. They knew how to use many cunning tactics. When they worked together with the half-orcs, it was a match made in heaven. Chapter 257. Under Andre's forceful pressure, Wharton could only promise that he would take care of every barbarian warrior and make sure they followed his orders to the letter. However, whether or not they could really do it was still a question mark. After all, these guys were famous for being free and undisciplined. Otherwise, they wouldn't have lost to human soldiers who were much weaker than them in large-scale battles time and time again, even though they had excellent physical fitness and combat skills. Normally speaking, an adult barbarian warrior could easily defeat 3 to 5 Lincoln City soldiers. They were slightly stronger than a rank 1 warrior in the human world, especially in terms of strength, endurance, jumping ability, climbing ability, running ability, and so on. But why did they always lose in large-scale battles? The answer was simple. These muscle-brained barbarians always placed too much emphasis on individual bravery. They didn't care about formations, discipline, and tactics that could increase their chances of victory. As for arcane magic, they viewed it as a scourge. They would rather die in battle than accept the help of magic. It was important to know that formations had always been a very important part of war in the era of cold weapons. Not only could it help the weak win against the strong, it could also maximize the advantages of one's own troops. From a certain perspective, a team without a formation couldn't be called an army at all. In a situation of equal numbers and combat power, a professional army with a formation could easily defeat a motley crew without a formation. Even though the barbarians' physique and combat power were much higher than ordinary human soldiers, it would be a miracle if they could win against the Lincoln City Army with formations, crossbows, divine spells, and magical bombardment. After making the promise, Wharton, who valued his reputation, immediately turned to his subordinates to emphasize this matter. He didn't want to see his own men make fools of themselves on the battlefield. After all, Buzz had already shown a faint sense of superiority. As a proud barbarian, he didn't want to lose this silent contest. At least, he couldn't lose too badly. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to raise his head in the future. As the supreme ruler of the Tuays Valley, Andre didn't care about the hidden competition between the barbarians and the Brant cavalry. He directly let Abner bring the barbarians to the warehouse to pick out weapons and armor. He sat on a chair and silently looked at the map hanging on the wall. His eyes flashed with a cruel light as he thought about what he should do to leave a deep impression on his opponents. He wanted his enemies to tremble at the thought of this and not dare to pry into his territory so easily. He knew very well that war never existed alone. Although it was sometimes driven by hatred, it was still an extension of politics. It was to fight for the right to redistribute resources. This had never changed since ancient times, and it was no exception even in the magical world. As a smart man, Andre knew very well what he wanted to express in this sudden war. He wanted to clearly divide his territory and let everyone know that if anyone touched his cake, they would be met with retribution. As the saying went, fear and reverence were always the most powerful guarantee for the strong to establish their position. It was like the big fish eating the small fish in the food chain. If you didn't want to be eaten, you had to show the nature of a carnivore. Otherwise, the other carnivorous animals wouldn't recognize your control of the hunting ground. Although it was already 2 a.m, he still didn't feel sleepy. His brain was working at full speed. After a full 10 minutes, he suddenly waved at Abner. The latter didn't dare to delay. He hurried forward and bowed slightly. "Sir, how can I help you?" "How many bulls do we have now?" Andre lowered his voice and asked. "Bulls?" Abner was stunned for a moment. He quickly opened the account book in his hand and looked through it. He replied in a low voice, "Sir, according to your request, we bought a total of more than 5,000 cows. Most of them are cows, and there are less than 600 bulls. Some of them are for breeding, while the rest are for slaughter. Why do you ask?" The corner of Andre's mouth rose slightly. He sneered and explained, "My dear director, imagine if a herd of bulls with daggers tied to their horns suddenly charged out from the side of the forest when 2 armies were fighting. What kind of scene would that be? Oh, my goodness! The God of knowledge above. This idea of yours is simply brilliant. First, let the enemy cross the mountain stream. Then lure the enemy into a formation on the wide plains. When the enemy is unprepared, let the frenzied bulls attack from the side. Finally, you lead the cavalry and barbarians in pursuit. This is simply a genius idea." Abner was so excited that he was dancing with joy. In his opinion, using a few hundred bulls to defeat 10,000 invading monsters was simply too worth it. After all, this was a barbarian army made up of goblins and half-orcs. As long as they could annihilate them this time, he believed that no one or monster would dare to covet the riches of Tuays Valley for a long time. It was equivalent to solving the biggest problem once and for all. Although there are some differences in the details, it's more or less the same. Besides, I'm just borrowing this method. It's someone else who invented it. Oh, right. Don't forget to brush the bull's tail with oil. It's said that this can make the bull more ferocious. Having said that, Andre stood up and stretched his sore body. He turned to return to his room on the second floor to rest. However, just as he reached the stairs, the winter wolf Michelle, who had been napping on the felt, suddenly opened her eyes. She revealed a cunning smile and asked in a low voice, "Human, I have a suggestion. Do you want to hear it?" Andre stopped in his tracks and raised his eyebrows slightly. "Let's hear it." Hee. Actually, there are many wild wolves living at the edge of the forest. There are about 50 to 70 of them. If you're willing to provide me with a delicious sheep every day, I'll make a trip to gather the wolves. Michelle laughed sinisterly as she laid out her conditions. "No problem. I agree to your request. Now, go gather the wolves." Andre agreed without even thinking. According to the current prices in Linton City, a sheep was only worth 1 gold coin. 100 sheep would be 100 gold coins. Of course, there might be some transportation fees in between. It was a huge profit to exchange for dozens of ferocious wild wolves. Chapter 258. He had always had a headache over how to control the direction of the charge of the bulls. Now that he had a wolf pack, it was like someone had sent him a pillow just as he was about to doze off. In the history of Earth, there were not many cases of using a herd of bulls to charge at an opponent, and even fewer cases of success. It was said that sometimes when a herd of bulls was startled, they would not charge forward. Instead, they would crash into each other on the spot, resulting in heavy casualties. However, if there was a wolf pack to drive them forward, the result would be completely different. I knew you were a generous fellow. Prepare 100 sheep. I will be able to gather the wolves quickly." After saying that, Michelle greedily licked her teeth and immediately went out of the sewer. Not long after, she heard a series of wolf howls coming from outside. It was obvious that the winter wolf was issuing a call to the surrounding wolves. Normally, wolves that did not have much ability to think would not be able to resist such a call. This was because the winter wolf's size, strength, agility, and speed were far superior to normal wolves. Not to mention, they also had the terrifying frost spray. Even the highly intelligent wargs did not dare to face them head-on. Through the window on the first floor, Andre watched Michelle's figure gradually disappear into the distance. He squinted his eyes and muttered to himself, "Now, everything is finally ready. All we have to do is wait for the enemy to come to us. Hopefully, there won't be any accidents." There was a saying that went, "Victory is always reserved for those who are prepared." He had already made all the preparations and was 80% confident that he could achieve his goal. As for the last 20%, he would leave it to luck to decide. War was a game filled with drama. It was impossible to achieve 100% victory rate. No one knew if they would be the victor until the very last moment. This was especially true for wars in the era of cold weapons. Often, one or two seemingly insignificant factors would trigger an uncontrollable and violent change. Compared to war with firearms and bullets, war relied more on the illusory concept of morale. As long as morale was high, even a few hundred people could defeat tens of thousands of enemies. Once morale collapsed, even an army of hundreds of thousands would be no more than a flock of sheep waiting to be slaughtered. The only thing Andre could do was to do his best and leave the rest to fate. He kept increasing the bargaining chips for his side and minimized the chances of accidents. That was all. Anyone who participated in a war for the first time would be involuntarily nervous. Although he had killed people before and experienced a defensive battle, it was still his first time fighting with the enemy in the wild. Fortunately, no matter how nervous he was, he couldn't resist the sleepiness. After returning to his room, he lay on his bed and fell asleep in a daze. At the same time, in a basement of Linton City, the half-orc Cass was sitting at a table drinking from a cup of wine as he reported, "Master, I've completely eradicated the barbarians as you requested. Right now, they only have a group of women and children left. Lars is leading an army to pursue them. There should be good news tomorrow or the day after. Very good. You've done a good job. Remember, don't provoke that young mage in the Tuays Valley. His identity is a lot more complicated than you can imagine. When you go back, help me deliver this invitation to him. Directly tell him my real name. After the man in the cloak finished speaking, he took out a black invitation card. There was a pattern of a scorpion's tail on the wax seal. Without a doubt, he had received the Lich's notice and understood that Andre was playing the role of his opponent in this game. He was unusually excited, and even the corners of his mouth maintained a smile. Don't worry. I've told Lars not to let him near the Tuays Valley. As for this invitation, it will be delivered to him in 5 days at the latest. The half-orc warrior did not attempt to ask for the reason, because he had seen with his own eyes how many fellows who tried to pry into his master's secrets ended up dying miserably. Thus, doing his job well and waiting for his reward was the only way to survive. Amidst the intense preparations, a day and night passed just like that. 300 strongbulls entered their designated positions ahead of time. At the same time, Winter Wolf Michel gathered 60 ferocious wolves. They had their fill at the entrance of the castle and followed into the ambush area, silently waiting for the signal to attack. More than 500 barbarian warriors had obtained excellent weapons and armor from the warehouse. They were basically spoils of war from the previous victory over the Shifts tribe. As a large tribe, they obviously had close ties with smugglers. Many of them were standard equipment of the Linton army, although it looked a little messy to the warriors who still had clubs in their hands. It was like they had discovered a treasure. They all hung it on their bodies with all their might. Many of them had at least 4 weapons on their belts when they walked out of the warehouse, especially the specially made flying axes that were loved by everyone. They were all snatched up in an instant. It was important to note that when thrown at close range, as long as the force behind it was strong enough, it could even destroy an opponent's shield. Even if they were wearing helmets, the axes would still be embedded in their heads. There was almost no armor that could defend against it. It was obvious that such simple and crude weapons were very much to the barbarian warriors' liking. They even ate 2 more pieces of bread to celebrate. The young leader, Wharton, was so happy that his face was flushed red. He gulped down 2 large cups of ale and sat quietly by the campfire, waiting for the enemy to arrive. He could not wait to avenge his dead tribesmen. Unlike the messy appearance of the barbarian camp, the other side of the camp was unbelievably quiet. The cavalry from the kingdom of Brant were silently eating their food. After a month of strict training, they slowly understood what discipline and obedience were. Large numbers of heavy war horses were leisurely eating oats and beans not far away. They looked exceptionally majestic. Perhaps it was because the Oleal continent was filled with magical energy, but some of the stallions here were born especially tall. The best of them could wear a vest and drag a fully armed feudal knight that weighed more than 200 kilograms as they charged forward. They could even run for 2 to 3 kilometers without a problem. Of course, these Brant cavalrymen weren't equipped with cumbersome full-body armor. They only wore breastplates, greaves, arm guards, and helmets, so their weight was relatively lighter. However, they were still equipped with heavy war horses that weighed more than a ton. Regardless of whether it was long-range attacks or close combat, they weren't at a disadvantage. Chapter 259. Andre sighed softly as he looked at the elite cavalry that he had personally formed, and then glanced at the barbarians who were showing their true feelings. He mumbled to himself, "The feeling of waiting for war to come is the worst. I really hope those damned goblins and half-orcs appear soon. In order to ensure that the entire battle plan could be carried out smoothly, he had already arrived at the designated battlefield in advance. Not only had he scouted out the surrounding terrain, but he had also dug a large number of traps in both the lone peak on the left and the forest on the right. As long as the enemy dared to cross the suspension bridge, they were basically doomed. The only difference was whether they would choose to commit suicide by jumping down the mountain stream, be chopped into meat paste by the enraged barbarians, or die under the iron hoofs, arrows, and scimitars of the cavalry. Just as Andre's patience was about to reach its limit, a small bird suddenly descended from the sky and landed on the motionless Nina's shoulder. It used its sharp beak to lightly tug at her hair and chirped for a while. The female elf, who had been resting with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them and said in a low voice, "Master, they have begun to cross the river." Druids had the ability to communicate with animals and command them to serve them. When necessary, they could even control all the animals in an entire forest to attack. Those who were fortunate enough to witness the Druid conclave's rage would never be able to forget that terrifying scene for the rest of their lives. This was also why the rulers of the continent rarely provoked them. Is that so? It's a few hours earlier than expected. Looks like they are in a hurry. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken the risk of marching in the evening. Having said that, Andre grabbed a small handful of peeled hazelnuts from the bag and scattered them on the ground. The gray bird tilted its head and looked at him, then immediately jumped to the ground and began to peck at the delicious dried fruits. It chirped from time to time, as if thanking the human for his generosity. Orcs and goblins both have night vision. Day and night don't make much of a difference to them. I think it's best if you get everyone to warm up. These fellows should reach the designated location in half an hour to 40 minutes at most, Nina reminded softly. Andre stretched out his finger and gently stroked the bird's soft feathers. He gently nodded. What a clever little thing. Go to the suspension bridge first. Wait until all of them have crossed the mountain stream before burning the bridge. Remember, don't get caught. I'm looking forward to seeing their desperate eyes. Understood. Nina nodded without hesitation. Then she turned into a goshawk and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, she was already in the air and gradually disappeared into the distance. After watching his followers leave, Andre stretched and stood up, shouting at everyone, "Guys, the picnic was over. Pack up your weapons and armor immediately and extinguish the bonfire. Cavalry, hide in the woods and wait for the signal to attack. The rest of you, pull the carts over and form a defensive line. Hurry up, you only have 20 minutes to prepare." Hearing these words, Wharton instantly threw away the wine glass in his hand. Breathing heavily, he growled, "Did you all hear that? Move immediately. The enemy, who killed our clansmen, will be here soon. Let them pay with their blood. Yes, blood for blood. Kill all these bastards. Break their bones one by one." The barbarian warriors, whose hearts were filled with brutality, picked up their weapons and echoed with emotion. If it weren't for the prohibition against loud noises, they would have been shouting at the top of their lungs. Their bloodshot eyes, in particular, sent chills down one's spine. Seeing this scene, Andre couldn't help but secretly frown. Several times he wanted to say something, but when the words reached his mouth, he swallowed them back down. In the end, he could only let out a sigh. As a smart person who was controlled by reason and logic, he knew how terrible hatred was. It could turn originally kind people into demons, and it could make virtuous people become unscrupulous. The inextinguishable flame would continue to torture the soul until the revenge was successful. Of course, after the revenge was successful, it didn't mean that one would be free. What followed would be endless emptiness and self-blame. and it would completely turn this person into a body without a soul. But it was undeniable that hatred was a very powerful force. It could give people goals and beliefs, and it could make the cowardly brave. It could even unite countries that were full of contradictions, and in a very short period of time, it could explode with a powerful force. Even the gods couldn't ignore this point. However, the destruction caused by hatred was also huge. Countless families were broken because of it, and countless lives were lost because of it, especially those who were unscrupulous in seeking revenge. In order to achieve their goals, they didn't care about anything. Sometimes, several countries would be dragged into war because of their revenge plans. Although Andrei wanted to comfort these barbarians, after much consideration, he chose to give up. On one hand, their hatred for the monsters in the forest was too deep, and there was no way to resolve it. On the other hand, these warriors who were filled with hatred could often unleash 100% of their fighting strength in battle, and there was no need to worry about morale. To him, they were a force that was hard to come by. Without a doubt, between morality and benefits, Andrei selfishly chose the latter. This was because he was about to return to Linton City and start a battle of wills with the legendary Lich's apprentice. He had to strengthen his own strength as soon as possible. There was a good saying, the strong set the flag, and the weak set the team. If he didn't want to be a weakling who could be trampled on, then he had to establish a strong image before returning. A strong private army was an important standard, and the monsters that were about to enter the ambush were the target of his might. After the battle order was given, everyone quickly got into their roles. In just 10 minutes, the temporary camp was cleared. More than 30 wooden carts came across and surrounded a simple parapet. More than 500 barbarian warriors smeared mud on their bodies, pretending to be travel-worn. They looked as if they had been on the road for a day, and were quietly warming up. Seeing that everyone was ready, Andrei went straight to the young barbarian leader and sternly reminded him, "Your mission is to attract as many enemies as possible, so you have to look tired. This line of defense looks like it's about to collapse. Don't go crazy and forget this. Understand?" Chapter 260. Don't worry, I won't let these precious warriors fight a bunch of lowly goblins. They don't deserve it. Wharton hammered his chest and solemnly promised, "Very well, then I'll stand aside and watch your performance. Remember, don't use too much strength when you kill, especially not to scare the cowardly goblins. Otherwise, the cunning orcs behind won't attack." After saying this, Andrei turned around and hid behind a thick tree. He closed his eyes and calmed his nerves. Although he had already seen the scene of tens of thousands of orcs charging in a mighty manner when he was in lonely mountain town, and even more so when he came to the south and saw the fierce barbarians besieging cities. But when he thought of the vast number of enemies that were about to appear in his line of sight, his nerves couldn't help but tense up and his heart beat wildly. How interesting. I didn't expect a genius mage like you to be nervous. Hiding behind another tree not far away, Tutumanka asked in surprise. "I'm a human too. Fear, joy, greed, sadness, pain, despair, and many other emotions. Why can't I be nervous?" Andrei curled his lips and asked in reply. In fact, for humans, there were some things that would make them nervous no matter how much they experienced. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a strange mental illness like veteran syndrome. It was just that the battles in this world were still stuck in the era of cold weapons. They didn't look as terrifying as firearms. The old man smiled and shook his head. "No, you don't understand what I mean. Look at the surrounding arrangements. You've already turned this place into a land of death. Once the enemy enters, they won't be able to return alive. You've already done this much, so why are you still nervous? I've been waiting to see the expressions of despair on the faces of those monsters before they die. You don't understand. War is always full of accidents. As the commander and planner, I have to be vigilant at all times and eliminate as many unexpected factors as possible. Saying this, Andre quickly buffed himself with mage armor and protective arrow. Although the orcs and goblins didn't have any powerful long-range weapons, they should still have some bows and javelins. He didn't want to lose his life because of an arrow. After all, a mage's body wasn't as strong as a warrior's. They couldn't rely on their taut muscles to resist arrows that didn't have a strong penetrating force. Not to mention arrows, a mage's bones might even be broken when hit by a slightly larger rock. The power of arcane magic allowed mages to obtain powerful mental energy, so it was inevitable that their bodies would be weaker. Fortunately, a large number of defensive spells were enough to make up for this weakness. Ha 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 ha! It was a typical mage's way of thinking. He always felt that his surroundings were full of conspiracies and liked to complicate simple things. It seems that having too much knowledge is not a good thing. I think you should try to trust your own feelings sometimes because your senses are very sharp. Tutu Munka stroked his white hair and suggested with a laugh. Believe in feelings? Andre's face showed a trace of surprise, but it only lasted for a few seconds before it turned into a helpless expression. I'm sorry. Although my intuition has always been accurate, I can't rely on it to predict danger. I prefer to use rational analysis and the resources at hand to deal with all dangers. Obviously, as a person who had received a materialistic education for more than 10 years, his way of thinking was completely rational. Even in this world full of supernatural forces, he still believed that there was a physical and chemical explanation behind all mysterious phenomena. It was just that he wasn't strong enough to pry into the mystery behind it. Tutu Munka saw the stubbornness and conceit in Andre's eyes, so he didn't continue to persuade him. He sighed regretfully. Ah, what a pity. I thought you were a seed that could pass down the path of the soul, but unfortunately, you're not. You don't even have the slightest chance of becoming a soul shaman. Your way of looking at things is too objective, and you seriously lack self-awareness. It's impossible for you to be recognized by the essence and soul. Andre shrugged nonchalantly. I never thought I could become a soul shaman. I'm just a little interested in this profession, and I want to have a systematic understanding. As for looking for an apprentice, you'd better find someone else. Before he could finish his words, he suddenly felt a large number of chaotic footsteps in the distance. He hurriedly stuck half of his head out to take a look. He saw an army of goblins slowly appearing on the horizon in the distance. More and more of them followed, and there was no end in sight. These dirty little monsters were wearing worn-out leather armor. It seemed that they were modified from the corpses of the barbarians after they had conquered the barbarian tribes. The weapons in their hands were also slightly better than those of the goblin tribes in the wild. Behind them, there were a few earth goblins from the same goblin family. They were all wearing shiny helmets, and their metal armor was stained with dried blood. They looked murderous, and they kept waving the whips in their hands to drive away the ordinary goblins, forcing them to continue on their way. There was no formation, no command, only a strong pressure and a terrifying advantage in numbers. The scene was a complete mess. It had to be said that these fellows didn't deserve to be called an army. Even street brawls were more strategic than they were. Against such an enemy, one fierce wave of attacks would probably cause them to start trampling on each other in an instant. Just as Andre was about to let out a sigh of relief, 1,000 fully armed orcs suddenly appeared at the back of the army. They were all holding one-handed axes and shields, and almost every one of them had 1 or 2 dried human heads hanging from their waists. They looked unusually fierce. There was no need to ask to know that they were elite veterans who had been on the battlefield for a long time. As for those human heads, they were obviously cut off from the barbarian corpses. Only barbarians would tattoo their faces, and only barbarians would have strange hairstyles. Phew. So, most of the goblins are just cannon fodder. These orcs are the ones that really need to be taken care of. Andre muttered to himself as he let out a breath of turbid air and narrowed his eyes. Tutu Munka pointed at a particularly tall half-orc wearing black full-body armor and holding a giant warhammer. He lowered his voice and reminded, "Be careful. This guy is a very powerful warrior. He directly shattered the ribs and heart of the #1 warrior of my tribe." Chapter 261. Thank you. I'll be very careful and won't give him a chance to get close. After saying that, Andre pulled open the pulley crossbow, quickly took out a poisoned arrow from the quiver, and gently inserted it into the groove. Throughout the entire process, he was extremely careful. This arrow was different from an ordinary arrow that was smeared with aconitum herb. This arrow was smeared with snake venom, spider venom, the essence extracted from the fruit of highly poisonous plants, and even the poison of the devilfish. It could be said that as long as one's skin was pierced by this terrible poisonous arrow, it would be very fatal. Once this arrow pierced the body, the victim would immediately feel great pain and torture. If one was lucky, one would die in about 1 to 5 minutes. However, if one's vitality was too tenacious, then the outcome would be much more miserable. Due to the poison of the devilfish, all the pain would be magnified by tens to hundreds of times. If a woman giving birth represented the highest level of pain, then the person shot by this arrow would be 2 levels higher. Andre had once experimented on a mouse, and the result made one's scalp tingle. This was because the mouse, which had been corroded by the poison, had gone crazy and rammed itself against the wall, eventually killing itself. He believed that if this arrow hit a person and that person happened to have a weapon on him, he would definitely choose to commit suicide immediately. Of course, the cost of this arrow was not cheap. Just the various poisons alone cost 500 gold coins. In addition, the arrow was made of a special alloy, and the triangular arrowhead was extremely sharp. The cost of each arrow alone was 700 gold coins. So far, he had only made 5 arrows, and through magic, he ensured that the poison on them would never disappear. As a soul shaman who had lived in the primitive jungle for a long time, Tutumunka was no stranger to the poisons of various animals and plants. At a glance, he could see the colorful colors on the arrowhead. In an instant, his face changed greatly. He subconsciously took 2 steps back and cursed in a low voice. "Damn it! How many poisons did you smear on this arrow?" 9. This arrow has been soaked in 9 different poisons for half a month. In order to ensure that the toxins are active, I specially did some processing. The person shot by this arrow will definitely not live for more than 5 minutes. Andre described the origin of the poisonous arrow expressionlessly, his eyes shining with a chilling light. How terrifying! It's such a waste of your talent that you don't want to be a witch doctor. I can bet that even if all the witch doctors in the entire border forest were put together, they wouldn't be as good as you in concocting poisons. Finishing his words, the old man shivered with lingering fear and turned his attention back to the battlefield. Andre smiled faintly, silently cursing the other party for being a soul shaman but pretending to be a witch doctor. What right did he have to preach to him? However, he did not say this out loud. He drank the invisibility potion, and his body quickly turned transparent. After a few seconds, he disappeared into thin air. Just as the 2 of them were conversing, the fast-moving monsters had already arrived less than 200 meters away from the barbarian warriors. They stopped and let out strange cries. The half-orc, who was wearing black armor and holding a war hammer, kicked away the goblins blocking his way and came to the front alone. He laughed sinisterly and shouted, "Ha! I really didn't expect that you cowards didn't run away. Instead, you delivered yourselves to me. How does it feel to be a stray dog? Now, I'll give you a chance to surrender. No matter who it is, as long as you crawl over here like a dog, I'll benevolently allow you to be my slave. How about it? Not bad, right?" "Ha ha, General Lars, you're truly too benevolent. If it were me, I wouldn't take in a bunch of cowards." Another half-orc viciously agreed. The half-orc called Lars stroked the thick beard on his chin and cracked open his mouth to reveal two sharp teeth. He teased, "Oh, Imsh, you have to understand that I've been constantly on the move recently. My boots are so dirty that you can't even tell their original color. I just happen to need a few stray dogs because they can use their tongues to lick the dirt and feces clean." Great God of Orcs knew. Your brain is simply too clever. So stray dogs can be used like this. Damn it. Looks like I'd better pick a couple of them later. After speaking, the half-orc called Imsh turned his head and looked ahead with a contemptuous gaze. He barked twice at the enraged barbarians. "Despicable scum! You dare to insult the noble barbarians. Just you wait, I'll immediately chop off your head." The red-eyed Wharton finally couldn't take it anymore. He fiercely raised his weapon and let out an angry roar. Lars didn't care about this verbal threat at all. Instead, he picked up a golden-haired skeleton from his belt and shook it. He laughed wildly. "Ha ha! Your useless father said the same thing to me back then. In the end, his head became part of my collection. You're no exception." When Wharton saw this skull, his entire person became incomparably malevolent. Veins popped out on his forehead, and tears of blood actually flowed out of his eyes. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. Without a doubt, this was his father's skull. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a huge reaction. When the other barbarians saw their leader's appearance, they all gripped their weapons and shields. They were only waiting for the order to charge out and fight to the death. Barbarians were resilient by nature, full of courage and perseverance. They were merciless towards their enemies, and especially couldn't tolerate others looking down on them. As for insults, they didn't even need to mention it. Anyone with a little bit of adventuring experience knew that these barbarian warriors, who were stronger than normal people, would explode into a terrifying rage when they were treated unfairly. The end result would often be a large-scale brawl. Unlike most warrior professions that relied on good training to increase their battle strength, the barbarians relied completely on their wild instincts and innate abilities to enter into battle. When they entered into a berserk state, they would become many times stronger than usual. However, the price was that after a short period of berserk, they would become very tired. From a certain perspective, these muscular barbarians valued their honor and beliefs more than their lives. If someone offended what they valued, then they had to be prepared to pay with their lives. Of course, from another perspective, they were also easily provoked and would do some very reckless actions. As a cunning orc general, Lars understood the barbarian's character very well. Thus, from the moment they met, he kept provoking the barbarians' nerves, wanting to infuriate them. When the barbarians charged out of those annoying obstacles, he would immediately order the goblins to charge. They would first exhaust the barbarians' stamina, then lead the orc warriors to launch a fatal attack and completely eliminate the last threat. Chapter 262. It had to be said that this psychological warfare was rather effective against the simple-minded barbarians. When exterminating large tribes, all they had to do was set up traps and send people to curse at them, and the barbarians would immediately rush out of their tents with their weapons in hand, not caring whether they were ambushed or not. After a month of fighting, Lars had personally witnessed countless barbarian tribes being exterminated like moths to a flame. Thus, He felt that using the same method on the remaining barbarians was definitely the right choice. In fact, the situation progressed exactly as the orcs had predicted. The agitated Wharton was already showing signs of losing his rationality. However, just as he was about to rush out, he suddenly froze on the spot. His breathing quickened as he struggled for a few minutes. In the end, he forcefully suppressed his anger and raised his arm to signal the barbarian warriors to stay put and not act rashly. Damn it! When did these guys become so patient? Lars narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself in a low voice. His adjutant, Imsh, who was standing at the side, suggested in a low voice, "General, since they only have about 500 people, why don't we let the goblins charge first? Who knows, they might lose control after they start fighting. When that happens, we can personally kill them all." Imsh frowned and hesitated for a moment. In the end, he nodded. "Then we'll do as you say. Let the cannon fodders test the waters." Did you all hear that? The general has already spoken. Hurry up and get those lazy goblins to move. I want to see 2,000 goblins attack in 5 minutes. Imsh yelled at the top of his voice. When the trumpeter heard this, he immediately blew a horn made from a large bull horn. The low and desolate sound instantly spread across the land. Woo, woo, woo. The orcs living in the barbarian lands had already formed a relatively complete military system. They had a set of musical instruments to transmit orders. The horn was one of them, and the other was a large drum that was more than a meter long. However, the goblins were too large and inconvenient to carry around. That was why the horns became their most common means of communication. The different rhythms of the horns clearly conveyed the order to attack. The great goblins waved their whips and quickly drove the messy goblins out, urging them to attack in goblin language. It was common knowledge that ordinary goblins were short, ugly, despicable, and cowardly intelligent creatures. They might be excellent thieves, robbers, and destroyers, but they would never be qualified warriors. 2,000 goblins were chased out of the formation under the forceful pressure of the earth goblins. They began to move forward unwillingly. Of course, 2,000 was just a rough estimate. It could be 1,800 or 2,500. Anyway, they looked like a mess. Even the earth goblins, who were the military officers, didn't know the exact number. The beast men didn't care about how many goblins died. It had to be said that as an intelligent race, it was truly pitiful for ordinary goblins to be reduced to this state. They were worse than livestock cannon fodder among cannon fodders. If not for their terrifying numbers and fertility, they would have gone extinct long ago. Just as the saying went, nature didn't give them strong bodies or intelligence, but instead gave them the tenacious vitality of cockroaches. This was the most appropriate way to describe goblins and kobolds. Seeing the goblins getting closer and closer to him, Wharton, who had been accumulating his anger for a long time, gritted his teeth and muttered like a madman, "I'm going to kill all these bastards, drink their blood, eat their flesh, pull out their tendons, suck their marrow dry. Calm down. I guarantee that the orc called Lars will become a corpse before sunset. Remember, he's not your only enemy. Revenge isn't in a hurry. Conserve your strength." Andre's ethereal voice once again sounded in the young leader's ears, preventing his last shred of rationality from being consumed by the flames of hatred. He still carried out his battle plan, strictly. Even the other barbarian warriors suppressed the hatred in their hearts when they saw their leader's reaction. They resisted the urge to charge at the enemy. It was obvious that these voices were created by the rank 0 Arcane, spell illusory sound. Ever since Chloe had comprehended it from the primal magic energy, Andre hadn't taken long to decipher it by studying the trajectory of the spell. He added it into his spell book, and it came in handy today. Otherwise, who knew if these impulsive barbarian warriors would suddenly become hot-headed? 200 meters wasn't a long distance. Even the short goblins only took half a minute to cross the distance. They started to climb the obstacles built by the carts, swarming like locusts. Their numbers were so great that it made one's scalp tingle. It had to be known that 10,000 goblins could fill up a standard football field, and 2,000 goblins could fill up a fifth of a football field. Moreover, there was no formation to speak of, so the goblins looked more numerous than they actually were. Fortunately, their battle prowess was as bad as their reputation. Otherwise, they could scare their opponents to death. However, in front of the angry barbarians, these little monsters were nothing. To be precise, they weren't even on the same level. Wharton suddenly waved the battle axe in his right hand, directly cutting the first goblin that charged at him in half. He then grabbed the upper half of the corpse and bit down on its neck. Blood dyed his teeth red, and he let out a bestial roar. Ah! Following this indescribable roar, all the barbarian warriors were boiling. The humiliation and anger in their hearts were completely released. They used this cruel and bloody slaughter to prove to the world that they were still brave and skilled warriors. Kill, 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 kill all these trash. Yes, kill them all, and then cut off the heads of those half-beastmen. No one can humiliate the noble barbarians. Let them pay the price in blood. In an instant, the agitated barbarian warriors completely released the wildness in their bodies. They easily tore the 400 goblins that had overturned the carts into pieces. This wasn't an exaggeration, but a real action. These pitiful little monsters often didn't even know what was going on. They only felt a sharp pain in their bodies, and in the next second they would find that their arms, legs, or lower body had been separated. Blood and organs flowed everywhere, and the pungent smell of blood could be smelled from 200 meters away. Chapter 263. Let alone the ordinary goblins. Even the orcs who were watching the battle were shocked by such a horrifying and bloody scene. Collapse! The ordinary goblins, who were already cowardly to begin with, instantly fell into a boundless panic. They scrambled to retreat, and many unlucky ones who ran too slowly were pushed to the ground by their companions. Following that, they were trampled to death by countless feet. In the blink of an eye, the 200-meter distance was filled with broken corpses. Even though they had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers, they had lost close to a fifth of their forces in just one round of attack. Coupled with their cowardice, it would be strange if they didn't run. One had to know that in a cold weapon battle, the number of deaths an army could sustain was very limited. Once more than 20% of the army was lost, it would be completely destroyed. Even an elite army was not an exception. Even though Oriar was a world where supernatural forces ran rampant, and there had been many famous knight groups that had retired from the stage after their entire army had died in battle, those were elite forces with devout beliefs and strong wills. They were definitely not goblins who did not even have a formation and rushed forward in a disorderly manner. The heavy losses caused them to completely lose their courage. Even the whips and curses of the earth goblins could not stop the tide from collapsing. The barbarian warriors from the wilderness had once again used a cruel massacre to prove that they were the strongest race in the forest bordering the borders. This was especially so in the chaotic battle, where they had shown an overwhelming advantage. Andre, who was hiding behind a tree, saw this scene and subconsciously covered his mouth. He forcefully suppressed the things that kept surging up in his stomach and secretly sighed to himself that he had made the right choice. Without a formation, without discipline, without tactics, they could perform so valiantly just based on their physique and courage. How strong would they be if they went through real training and became a phalanx of heavy infantry? Once he thought of the neat formation of barbarian warriors wielding weapons and giant shields, he felt his blood boil, and a burning light appeared in his eyes. Just like the saying went, all men had a hidden desire to conquer everything. The reason why they did not usually show it was because they lacked a very important incentive, and that was power. Andre was now gradually feeling the benefits of power and authority. At the same time, ambition was beginning to take root in his heart. Trash. All of you are trash. It hasn't even been 10 minutes since the start of the attack, and they've already been defeated by a bunch of stray dogs. No one knew if it was because he was angry from embarrassment or because he was venting the fear in his heart, but Adjutant Imsh kicked a goblin that had just returned and cursed loudly. 2,000 ordinary goblins might not be able to defeat 500 battle-hardened barbarians, but they should have no problem taking out 40 to 50 of them. But now, none of the barbarians were seriously injured, let alone dead. The most serious injury was a cut on the arm or thigh, which didn't affect their ability to fight at all. Most importantly, through the short, fierce battle just now, they had re-established their confidence. At the same time, it also made the enemy feel fear, especially the broken corpses and bloody internal organs, which constantly reminded everyone of the consequences of daring to cross over. There was a good saying, when enemies meet on a narrow path, the brave will emerge victorious. In the era of cold weapons, an army with high morale was an extremely difficult enemy to deal with. Apart from paying a huge price to fight, the only way was to cut off the enemy's supplies and slowly waste time until the enemy was so hungry that they couldn't even lift their weapons. Only then would they charge forward and kill them all. However, O'Rare's tradition had always been to fight in formation. At most, they would add in a sneak attack. Things like cutting off water and food, fire attacks, and water attacks hadn't been invented yet. Thus, there was only one option left, and that was to bring the entire army forward and use the deaths of a large number of goblins to obtain the final victory. Without any hesitation, the orc General Lars raised his thick arm and extended his index finger to make 2 circles above his head. The 1,000 orcs who were waiting in formation suddenly raised their one-handed axes and began to hit their shields with force, making a series of neat bangs. At the same time, they let out short roars. Even though it sounded primitive and barbaric, it was filled with an aura of violence and power. Roar, 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 roar. With a strong sense of rhythm, the well-equipped half-orcs quickly lined up and formed a relatively thin but very wide square formation. Then, they began to move forward with their shields raised. They didn't move very quickly. Their main goal was to drive all the goblins to the front as cannon fodder. Otherwise, they wouldn't have used such a strange formation. It was clear that these orcs had undergone rather strict military training. They were even more elite than the city guards of Lincoln City. They definitely weren't a primitive orc tribe that lived in the forest at the border. Otherwise, they would be the ones ruling Lincoln City now, not the humans. It had to be said that war scenes in the era of cold weapons were always more shocking than those in the era of hot weapons. For example, the scene in front of them right now. There were more than 10,000 monsters rushing toward them like a tide. That kind of huge psychological pressure was completely different from the whistling of cannons and bullets. The latter could often take away a life in the blink of an eye. Not even a complete corpse could be found. The former, on the other hand, was a face-to-face battle. Their faces and bodies were stained with the blood of their opponents, and the screams were endless. It was a hair-raising feeling. It was a miracle that people could persist in such an environment for a few years without going crazy or becoming perverted. However, in this world with real gods, most soldiers who were in pain and confusion would choose to believe to relieve the pressure. For example, those who guarded the borders of Earth and fought against the barbarians and monsters generally believed in the god of guardians. The priests of the temple would tell you that killing those evil enemies was protecting your home. It was your duty. This kind of killing was not a sin. Instead, you should feel honored. Another example was that mercenaries who burned, killed, and looted mostly believed in the god of war. His doctrine advocated killing and plundering. Similarly, his priests would tell his believers that the strong were born to rule and dominate the weak. Plundering in war wasn't a crime, but a method to weaken the enemy. So, if you killed and robbed to your heart's content, you would be spreading the glory of the great war god. Although it sounded ridiculous, many soldiers didn't even know how to read. They were very simple-minded. They believed whatever the priest said. The whole continent revolved around the beliefs of these gods. Although the barbarians didn't believe in any gods, they believed in the spirits of their ancestors and primitive totems. And because they were isolated from the world for a long time, their beliefs were often firmer. Many barbarians, after coming to the human world and choosing to believe in a new religion, would even give their lives for it. Chapter 264. On the battlefield, barbarian warriors rarely ran away unless there was a huge disparity in strength between themselves and the enemy. They would rather die in battle than be seen as cowards. Facing thousands of goblins, the young leader Wharton did not feel a trace of fear. Instead, he stared at the blood-red eyes and laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha! Do you see that? Those bastards are afraid. They don't dare to fight us directly and are trying to use these trashy goblins to exhaust our stamina. How do you think we should respond? Kill all these dwarves, then chop off the heads of the orcs and make them into wine cups. Yes, use their heads as wine cups. The reason why the barbarians were called barbarians was because they still retained many barbaric customs that only primitive societies had. For example, devouring the flesh of their enemies, using their enemies' heads as wine cups, using their enemies' hair to make small objects, and so on. To the human civilization that had officially entered a feudal society, their methods were too cruel and cruel. Thus, they were always excluded from society. In addition, they would immediately draw their swords and kill anyone who offended them. It was no wonder that the nobles in the ruling class hated them. Following the barbarian warriors' shouts, large groups of goblins finally flipped over the large carts. They carried crude weapons and wooden shields and began to attack. Unlike before, they had no room to retreat this time. They could only charge forward with all their might. In the blink of an eye, they had pushed the battle line back by tens of meters. The reinforcements kept up with them. In a short 10 minutes, the entire line of defense looked like it was about to collapse, as if it was about to hold. Look, they can't hold on any longer. General, let's go, aide-de-camp Imsh excitedly suggested. Lars nodded with a sinister smile. Today, let's put a perfect end to the history of the barbarians in the border forest. Listen to my orders. Attack. Under his orders, all the orcs quickly gathered together and formed several small square formations of 100 men. 4 of them advanced from the middle, while the other 6 split into 2 halves. They went around the obstacles on the left and right, intending to outflank the enemy. There was no doubt that this was a typical 3-pronged attack. It was obvious that he was bullying his opponents because they had fewer people. Although it wasn't a brilliant move, it was the best choice at this time. However, they obviously didn't know that Andre, who was in the forest at the side, was smiling slightly. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Chloe, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly led her subordinates to ignite the kerosene tied to the bull's tail. Then, they quickly retreated to safety. The winter wolf, Michelle, led the pack of wolves and let out a threatening growl. The frenzied bulls adjusted their direction and charged towards the enemy's flank. Although there were only a few hundred of them, the scene was extremely spectacular. Accompanied by a loud rumbling sound, the earth trembled. One had to know that these were all mature bulls. Each of them weighed more than a ton. Furthermore, they had never been castrated before. Their tempers were extremely bad. Coupled with the intense pain from their tails, they charged into the battlefield like heavy tanks. In an instant, they overturned a large number of unprepared orcs. Some of these unlucky orcs were pierced by the daggers tied to the horns of the bulls. Even more were knocked down and trampled by countless hooves. Their entire bodies and armor were flattened. The scene was extremely bloody. The originally neat square formation was on the verge of collapse in the blink of an eye. Lars could only watch helplessly as his subordinates were scattered and scattered. He raised his warhammer and smashed the skull of a bull with a loud bang. He roared furiously, "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Where did these bulls come from? Stop them! Hurry and chase them to the side." As soon as he finished speaking, a large number of cavalrymen rushed out of the woods. They did not charge like most cavalrymen on the continent. Instead, they lined up in a straight line, raised the bows in their hands, and began to shoot. Arrows fell from the sky like rain, falling into the square formation that had yet to react. In the blink of an eye, a large number of orcs had fallen. In order to completely stun the enemy in the first round, the commander of the cavalrymen, Buzz, ordered the use of poison arrows. The effect was immediate. All those who were hit by the arrows lost their ability to fight in a short period of time. If they were not rescued in time, death was only a matter of time. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, Andrei finally breathed a sigh of relief. He muttered to himself, "Looks like the outcome is set. At least there are no accidents. Next, it's time to reap the fruits of victory." After saying that, he directly cast a flight spell on himself and flew towards the battlefield. He was ready to enjoy the thrill of bombarding the enemy with arcane spells from above. He had just observed that this army did not carry any long-range weapons. At most, they would throw the spears and axes in their hands. As long as they flew high enough, there was no need to worry about being hit at all. As a soul shaman, Tutumanka had already joined the battle the moment the bulls rushed out. He constantly used nature magic to heal the injured barbarian warriors. At the same time, he used entanglement to make the weeds on the ground grow crazily, fixing the enemy in place and greatly increasing the combat effectiveness of his side. After the wolves had completed their task of driving the bulls away, they also joined the ranks of killing the goblins. It did not take long for thousands of goblins to completely collapse. They turned around and ran towards the rear. They also found that the orcs had no time to care about them, so they chose to escape without hesitation. However, these little monsters obviously did not know that Andrei had planned to wipe them out from the beginning. Therefore, the suspension bridge at the rear had been burned down, and there was no way for them to escape. As for the orcs, although they had suffered heavy casualties, they did not show any signs of collapse for the time being. Instead, they raised their shields high and formed a circular formation. Every one of them raised their shields high, blocking the arrows that were shot from afar, while cautiously observing the movements outside. It seemed as if they were waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. Looking at the formation on the ground that resembled a tortoise shell, a cold smile appeared on Andrei's face. He raised his hand to stop the barbarian warriors from rushing forward to attack. He closed his eyes and began to chant loudly. In just a few seconds, a large amount of fire elemental energy had gathered, slowly forming a small orange-red fireball in his palm. He did not waste any time, and gently threw the small fireball in his hand downwards. "Get out of the way! Hurry and disperse." "That's a rank 3 arcane spell. Fireball." Lars obviously recognized this spell and desperately tried to push his subordinates aside to escape from the middle. However, it was a pity that the defensive formation was known for being tight to begin with. In addition, his position was close to the center, so even if he pushed and kicked, he could not get far. In the end, He could only lie on the ground and use his shield to cover his head, hoping to reduce the damage caused by the flames and explosions. Chapter 2, 65. Asterisk boom. Asterisk with a deafening explosion. The palm-sized fireball exploded in the middle of the orc's defensive formation. Shockwave. Flames. Shockwave. Everything that was produced in the instant of the explosion was released in the form of energy, directly engulfing an area with a radius of about 10 meters and an area of more than 30 meters. Many unlucky orcs who did not react in time were immediately lifted into the air and then fell headfirst to the ground. Their fragile necks could not withstand the powerful impact, and only a cracking sound could be heard. It was completely broken. The orcs at the center of the explosion were even more miserable. They were all burned beyond recognition, and the metal armor became a natural oven under the heat of the flames, roasting the orcs alive until they were half-cooked. The smell of meat wafted in the air, and screams and wails echoed in the air above the battlefield. Shocking. Whether it was the barbarians who despised magic or the orcs on the periphery, they all felt a chill run down their spines. They did not dare to imagine what would happen if this thing hit them, and their eyes were filled with unconcealable fear. Just a single Tier 3 Arcana technique was enough to completely destroy a formation that would have required the sacrifice of countless people. The strength of a mage was on full display at this moment, especially with the support of the flight technique. Unless a large number of ballistae and ballistae fired in unison, a mage with the ability to fly in the air wouldn't be able to threaten them. Oh my God, this is the sorcery of the Magi? It's too scary. Wharton, who had never seen the might of an arcane spell, felt uncomfortable. In the past, he had only heard stories of Magi using sorcery to toy with people's hearts, but after seeing the might of the fireball spell with his own eyes, he instantly felt a sense of defeat. As a warrior, even if he could train his physical strength to the extreme, have steel-like bones, rock-like muscles, and tear a person in half with his bare hands, he would never be able to fly. He would never be able to freely soar in the air like an arcane spell user. This also meant that in a battle between a warrior and a wizard, once a wizard flew into the air, the warrior would immediately fall into a passive situation if he did not have a powerful long-range weapon. He would not even be able to resist. How could a proud barbarian warrior accept this? Tutu Munka lightly patted the young leader's shoulder and sighed. That's right. This was the power of an advanced mage. Open your eyes and watch carefully. See how weak these half-beastmen are in the face of supernatural power. Then carefully consider how you should face that young man in the future. As a soul shaman who lived in a primitive tribe, he had always wanted to change the primitive and ignorant lifestyle of the barbarians. However, under the huge inertia of tradition, all of his efforts had failed. In the end, he had no choice but to disguise himself as a witch doctor. But things were different now. The barbarian tribes in the border forest had suffered a devastating blow and were forced to enter human society in search of a temporary place to live. In addition, the old people who had been maintaining the traditions had died, so it was the best time to guide the Reformation. Wharton nodded subconsciously. You're right. It seems that I have to start using honorifics in the future. Whether these spells are evil or not, his strength is worthy of being our leader. It's a very wise choice, whether it's for revenge or for the survival of the entire race. It seems that you have seen the essence of power clearly, and at the same time, you know what the tribe really needs. Congratulations, you are now a qualified leader. After saying this, a gratified smile appeared on the old man's face. Just as he was about to continue speaking, Andre, who was flying in the air, cast another rank 4 arcane spell, Igor's Black Tentacles. Black tentacles comparable to giant octopuses emerged from the ground in an instant, and in an instant the already shaky formation was smashed into pieces. Following this, another rank 4 arcane spell, Ice Storm. Hailstones bigger than an adult's fist fell from the sky, setting off a foul wind and a rain of blood. The half-beastmen who had lost their shields were simply unable to withstand the terrifying impact. Often, a large hole would be smashed into their helmets. There was no need to ask to know that the heads inside must have been split open. The too powerful level, 4 spells were the last straw that broke the camel's back. After all, no matter how elite the army was, they were still humans. Even if they were only half-beastmen, they still had feelings and had their own thoughts. Seeing the enemy wreak havoc on their heads, but their generals couldn't do anything about it. They naturally wanted to escape. No one knew who was the first to turn and run. In short, the morale of this elite army of more than 700 men fell to the bottom. They had no desire to fight at all. They threw down the weapons and shields in their hands and began to scatter in all directions. In order to run faster, some of them even took off their heavy armor. Seeing this scene, the cavalry commander, Buzz, immediately pulled out his scimitar and laughed loudly. "Ha ha, brothers! It's time for our master to appreciate how the Brant Wind cavalry pursues the enemy. Then what are we waiting for? Quickly give the order to pursue. I haven't captured a prisoner in a long time." As he spoke, a cavalry soldier pulled out a bundle of rope from his saddle. He wasn't the only one. The others also pulled out ropes at the fastest speed. Their eyes flashed with excitement, and they couldn't wait to rush out and chase after the captives. One had to know that in the distant grassland kingdom of Brant, once one side was defeated, it was time to capture the captives. The speedy cavalry soldiers would use ropes to tie up the enemies one by one and reduce them to slaves. They could either sell them to passing merchants or keep them as coolies for themselves. Without saying a word, Buzz raised his scimitar above his head and waved it forward. "Charge! Charge! Ha ha ha! Kid, you want to run? Come down!" "Hee hee, I caught one too." As the cavalry charged into the battlefield, the last bit of resistance was instantly crushed. Regardless of whether it was the barbarians who had gone berserk from killing or the cavalry who were happily capturing captives, both sides were rapidly expanding their battle results. The only difference was that those who were caught by the cavalry were still alive, while the unlucky ones caught by the barbarians were all chopped into minced meat. Even the extremely excited Crowley and the guards beside her had joined the ranks of the pursuers. Little Eye followed closely behind. As Andre discovered that his familiar could also gain experience points after killing enemies, he sent it out to hunt for experience points. Since Little Eye could fly, the fleeing enemies couldn't pose much of a threat to it. Chapter 266. On the other side, under the leadership of the wolves, these unlucky bastards had nowhere to hide. Even if they buried themselves in the ground, they would still be dug out. After all, their sense of smell was more sensitive than that of dogs. They could smell prey a few kilometers away, not to mention the pungent goblins and orcs. Standing in the air, allowing the evening breeze to blow his flame-like hair, Andre held the pulley crossbow in his hand and narrowed his eyes to look for the enemy commander. He planned to capture him and bring him back to the castle to see if he could get anything out of him. However, the difficulty of this task was a little high because there were half-orcs fleeing in all directions from the sky. In addition, from a human's point of view, half-orcs basically looked the same and ugly, so it was a little difficult to distinguish them. Just as Andre was at his wit's end, a corpse suddenly flew up from the place where the fireball exploded and flew straight towards him. He didn't dare to delay and hurriedly dodged to the side. He saw 2 orcs dig themselves out from the pile of corpses and run towards Lincoln City. From their armor, there was no doubt that they were Lars and his adjutant, Imsh. It had to be said that they were indeed worthy of being the commanders of this army. Their intelligence was definitely much higher than their peers who only knew how to obey orders. Otherwise, they wouldn't have thought of such a clever escape plan. First, they used the army as bait and disguised themselves as corpses. They only chose to jump out and run in the opposite direction when the barbarians and cavalry were all chasing after them. If Andre hadn't been hovering in the air, the two of them might have escaped just like that. Interesting. I didn't expect the orcs to be so smart. Didn't the books say that they were generally more stupid? Andre muttered to himself with a playful smile on his face. He was extremely curious now. Who could train the orcs to such an extent? It was incredible. When he was in Lonely Mountain Town, he had seen purebred orcs and knew how low their intelligence was. They were almost like idiots and mentally retarded, apart from their basic physiological needs. All they did was fight all day long. Half of the beastmen's bloodline came from the beastmen, so the average intelligence level could be imagined. Although they inherited some of the intelligence of humans, they had never produced a mage. Almost every race in the Oleal continent could produce mages, and even the goblins and ogres were no exception. However, the orcs and half-orcs were unable to produce mages, which showed just how bad their performance in this area was. But now, there were suddenly two people who were proficient in all kinds of tactics and could even command an army and use formations. It was inevitable that anyone would be curious and want to find out what was going on. As a sorcerer and a transmigrator, Andre had always been curious about this world. Although he had obtained a lot of knowledge from books, he was not satisfied. Instead, he longed to see the real thing. If possible, it would be best to do a few more experiments so that he could better understand and integrate into this magical world. Damn it! The mage is right behind us. He's catching up. Imsh gritted his teeth and cursed as he ran. Idiot! Don't look back. Keep running. Flying spells can't last for long. Once the spell's effect wears off, he won't be able to catch up to us. Lars was obviously very knowledgeable about arcane spells. He pointed out the biggest drawback of magic in a single sentence. More than 60% of spells had very short durations. Apart from a few permanent spells that could last for hours, the rest could only last for a few seconds to a few minutes. Moreover, spell slots were also very rare. Otherwise, the entire world would have been completely occupied by arcane magic users, leaving no room for warriors and knights to survive. In fact, his thinking was not wrong. Andre's flying spell could only last for about 8 to 13 minutes. He had already wasted 6 minutes just now. In theory, as long as he could hold on for a few more minutes, he would definitely be able to escape. Unfortunately, he forgot one thing. The speed of flying in the air was always much faster than running on the ground. Even though the two orcs were running with all their might, they still felt a sudden gust of wind above their heads. Following that, they saw a young man in a long robe and holding a crossbow standing in their path. Seeing that there was no way to escape, Imsh did not hesitate. He picked up the flying axe on his belt and threw it out fiercely. The blade of the axe, glowing with a cold light, spun in a circle and went straight for Andre's head. When it was less than 20 centimeters away from his skin, two powerful energy fields suddenly appeared and directly ejected the axe from its fixed trajectory, flying close to his cheek. Throughout the whole process, he did not even blink. He appeared to be very calm because under the double protection of mage armor and protection arrow, unless it was a magical weapon, it was impossible to penetrate 2 layers of magic protection in one go. Since he knew that he could not hurt him, why not pretend to be mysterious? After all, since the day arcane magic was born, countless mages used this method to create a sense of mystery, making most ordinary people feel that magic was omnipotent and powerful to the point that it was not much different from the gods. There was a saying that fear came from the unknown. When people encountered something that they could not understand, their first reaction was often to reject it. However, when this unknown power was too strong to resist, people's attitude would change from rejection to reverence, as if they were facing a god, kneeling on the ground and begging for the other party to not hurt them. To some extent, whether it was a beast or an intelligent life, they all retained the instinct to survive and reproduce. Perhaps at certain times, certain occasions, and certain atmospheres, they could make noble actions such as sacrificing themselves. However, as soon as they calmed down, the instinct to survive would begin to take over their brains again. In order to survive, they would do almost anything. Usually, the smarter a person was, the more they cherished their life. As a cunning beast man, Lars immediately noticed the multicolored arrows at the tip of the crossbow. He stopped in his tracks and raised his shield to block in front of him. His adjutant, Imsh, who was following behind him, found that the flying axe did not have any effect. His expression changed slightly, and he carefully hid his body within the range of the shield. Because of the fireball and ice storm spell just now, he had fully witnessed the terrifying power of arcane magic, so he did not want to be hit by powerful spells at all. Neither of them took the initiative to attack. Instead, they spread out and slowly surrounded each other from both sides. Chapter 267. The corners of Andre's mouth curled up slightly as a playful smile flashed across his face. He calmly cast a rank 1 arcane spell, Preemptive Strike, on himself. A dazzling white light flashed past, and his eyes were instantly covered in a layer of faint white fog. He could see through all the flaws in the opponent's movements, even the slightest of movements. Even though this spell was only rank 1, its effects were very powerful. It could allow one to predict the opponent's next move, greatly increasing the accuracy. It was almost certain that the next attack would hit the target. Of course, the arcane spell's effects would disappear after a single attack. Otherwise, it would have to be at least a rank 7 spell. After completing this spell, Andre stared at the 2 half-orc commanders who were on high alert. He deliberately used a very arrogant tone and said, "Now, I'll give you 2 choices. One is to immediately kneel down and become my slave. The other is to be shot by this highly poisonous arrow and die in the most painful way possible. Remember, you only have a minute to consider. If you don't reply in a minute, both of you will die. Mage, you don't know who you've provoked. Let us go immediately, or my master and great chieftain Cass won't let you off." Even though Lars was abnormally afraid of the poisonous arrow, he still tried to threaten him in order to get out of this dangerous situation. He was very clear that if he immediately knelt down and begged for mercy, the vicious and merciless master behind the scenes would quickly make his life worse than death. Thus, he would rather die than surrender. "Ha ha, you think I've started this war without knowing anything about you? Should I say that you're naive and childish, or stupid and ignorant? You know, as long as I return to Linton City, it won't be long before your mysterious master meets with me to discuss some very important matters. This world is much more complicated than you think. At the same time, there are many powerful existences that even the gods fear. Your master is no more than a chess piece controlled by others." Ever since Andre heard the name Cass, he instantly recalled the powerful orc warrior who rode the carriage with him. He instantly understood that these monsters in the border forest were also the followers of the Lich Apprentice. Therefore, he purposely said some meaningful words to see the reaction of these 2 orcs. But it was a pity that they clearly didn't know anything. They appeared to be very surprised, especially Imsh, who seemed to have gone crazy as he muttered to himself, "No, this was impossible. Master promised us. As long as we complete the task, he will allow us to unify the border forest and Chief Keith will become king." Even though these mutterings weren't loud, Andre could still hear them clearly. He immediately shouted, "What mission? Don't tell me they're going to attack Lincoln City." Imsh was startled by the sudden voice and subconsciously nodded. Yes, Master promised us. As long as we assist him in seizing control of that human city, we will be able to obtain. Before he could finish his sentence, Lars, who was standing not far away, threw the warhammer in his hand. At the same time, he cursed, "Idiot! You actually dared to reveal Master's secret to outsiders. Go to hell." Hum. With a low hum, the huge warhammer whizzed past Andre without any collision. But Amash wasn't so lucky. Relying on the huge inertia, the sharp side of the warhammer pierced his brain from his face, sending him flying. A second later, he fell to the ground with his face facing the sky. His head looked like a trampled tomato, and he had completely lost his life. All of this happened too quickly. From the moment the warhammer was thrown to the moment it hit the target, it took at most 3 seconds before a corpse appeared on the ground. Andre couldn't believe it at all. How could these two companions who were so close a few seconds ago suddenly turn hostile? There was no warning at all. Furthermore, they attacked with a one-hit kill without any consideration for each other's feelings. Thinking that the information he was about to obtain had been destroyed, his expression immediately turned ugly. He turned to stare at the orc commander in front of him and threatened in a cold voice, "You better give me an explanation immediately, or I guarantee that you will soon taste intense pain." Explanation? No, mage. I don't need any explanation. Master's orders are absolutely not to be disobeyed. This is the most basic rule, and also a taboo that can never be violated. At this point, Lars glanced at the dead adjutant with a trace of relief in his eyes. "Perhaps you know some secrets that we don't, but that doesn't mean that you are stronger than Master. Believe me, when you see him, you will soon understand the meaning of this sentence." As soon as his voice fell, he quickly pulled out a dagger from his waist and stabbed it directly into his chest. Blood instantly gushed out like a fountain. Obviously, his heart was pierced. At the moment of his death, the orc commander raised his arm with difficulty as if he wanted to catch the last rays of the setting sun. His eyes were filled with longing for life as he sighed intermittently, "Life is so beautiful, but it's a pity that I'm about to lose it." As the last word was spat out from the mouth with sharp teeth, he fell to the ground with a plop. Dark red blood stained a large area of the grass in just a few seconds. He finally breathed his last. It was hard to imagine that a person who was so infatuated with life would take the initiative to choose death in order to keep a secret. At this moment, Andre finally understood how terrifying the enemy he was about to face was. Especially in the aspect of playing with people's hearts, he was definitely a top master. One had to know that the orcs were not a race known for their loyalty. Not to mention loyalty, they could even tear up a signed contract at any time. They were famous for being fickle, but now an orc commander actually took the initiative to kill and then commit suicide in order to not reveal any secrets. It could be described as simply unimaginable. Not to mention other aspects, just the method of controlling his subordinates was very superb. Although the truth behind it was very likely that it was threats, deceit, and enticement, it did indeed have a considerable effect. Looking at the two corpses on the ground, Andre sighed slightly and squinted his eyes as he muttered to himself, "Dear opponent, now I'm looking forward to the moment when we meet more and more. I believe that it will be very interesting." After saying that, he squatted down and began to rummage through the corpses to see if he could find anything valuable such as letters or maps, so that he could have a general understanding of the situation in the forest. Chapter 268. An hour passed quickly, and the moon once again replaced the sun as the ruler of the sky. This hasty battle had finally come to an end. Driven away by the cavalry, a total of 4,000 goblins and 400 orc prisoners were gathered together. What awaited them was to work in the harsh environment of the mines until they died. They had no rights, no freedom, and no future. As for the rest, They either died at the hands of the enraged barbarian warriors or accidentally fell to their deaths in the mountain streams. At a glance, one could see bloody corpses everywhere. The vultures that smelled the scent of blood circled in the sky. Some of the bolder ones even descended and devoured the flesh and blood of the monsters in large mouthfuls. Andre didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy for these monsters whose hands were stained with the blood of humans, especially the half-orcs who had human skulls hanging on their waists. At one point, he even had the urge to kill all of them. Fortunately, reason prevailed over impulse in the end. Perhaps letting these fellows slowly die in the mines was the best punishment. At the same time, it would bring him a large sum of money. There was no need to be obsessed with a momentary gratification. War was cruel. Although they had made sufficient preparations and firmly grasped the initiative in their hands, there were still casualties. More than 30 barbarians died bravely in battle, and more than 150 were injured. The cavalry fared slightly better, with only a dozen horses killed. A few of them broke their legs, but they would be fine after a few months of rest. Compared to the near-perfect outcome of the battle, these losses were insignificant. Most of the barbarians who died were blinded by hatred and completely disregarded their own injuries. They fought fiercely with the orcs, and in the end lost too much blood. Now that the battle was over, they collected the skulls of their comrades and enemies. According to tradition, they held a grand cremation ceremony. There was no crying, no grief. Only a primitive and solemn atmosphere spread. Accompanied by ancient and desolate singing and dancing, Wharton carried his father's skull with a heavy expression as he walked to the front of the fire. He didn't care about the damage the flames caused to his skin and directly stuffed the skull into the flames. He then beat his chest and shouted, "Ah!" The other barbarians were not to be outdone, and they all did the same thing. The whole process was filled with an ancient aura. Andre silently watched their actions and shook his head slightly. He handed a rough deerskin map to the old man beside him. "This is what I found on the enemy commander. Help me identify it and see if it's a map of the border forest." Without saying a word, Tutumunka took the map and looked at it carefully. He lowered his voice and replied, "Yes, this is a map of the border forest. Judging from the symbols on it, these guys have already controlled half of the forces living there. I'm afraid you're in trouble." "Trouble?" Andre smiled playfully. "No, it's not a problem. It's just a little more difficult in the game. Although the monster tribes in the wilderness are very destructive, they're as harmless as rabbits compared to the hidden enemy. You have to understand that most of the time, a rampaging bear is far less dangerous than a poisonous snake. So you're leaving?" The old man returned the map and took a deep breath. "Yes, I'm leaving early tomorrow morning. The stage has already been set up in Lincoln City. If I don't appear as one of the main characters, it would be a pity. Besides," at this point, Andre's eyes flashed with a cold light. "Don't you want to know who caused all this?" The more he learned about this powerful Lich's disciple, the more he found that this guy was completely inhumane. He didn't care about the lives of ordinary people. As long as he could achieve his goal, he didn't care about the lives of innocent people. Cruel, cunning, fickle, patient, insightful, and extremely good at controlling people. It could be said that he had the essence of a ruthless person, and he was stirring up the situation of the Green Sea Alliance. It would be a lie to say that Andre wasn't excited about such an opponent. Whether it was in his previous life or this one, he had never been afraid of any challenge. This was because he had always believed in a theory, and that was that intense competition could make people improve, especially the satisfaction that came from defeating one powerful enemy after another. It was like taking drugs that made people unable to stop. Tutu Monka stared at the barbarian warrior who was being cremated and said with gritted teeth, "Of course I want to know. Please find out his identity within 7 months, because I don't have much time left." Not much time left? Andre was shocked. He looked at the old man from head to toe, trying to find signs of death from him. Tutu Monka stroked the sparse beard on his chin, a trace of helplessness appearing on his face. After every soul shaman dies, the power in their body will transform their soul into essence and go to another world. I felt the call of the essence world a few months ago. Normally speaking, I should have left this world long ago. But I used a special method to buy some time for the sake of revenge. Speaking of this, his expression suddenly became ferocious, and his eyes shot out monstrous flames of fury. He growled, "I saw with my own eyes the people of my tribe being slaughtered. Those bastards didn't even let the newborn babies off. No matter who planned all this, he must pay with his life. According to the barbarians' rules, blood must be paid with blood." Looking at the old man's twisted face, Andre couldn't comfort him. He could only nod blankly, "No problem. When I find out who the mastermind is, I'll definitely inform you first. But you'd better be careful. Our enemy isn't simple." In a situation where he couldn't directly tell Tutu Monka the truth, he could only use this method to remind him of the power of the mastermind. "Of course, I know how powerful the enemy is. After all, he has integrated more than half of the monsters in the border forest. But don't forget that I'm a soul shaman with many secret techniques. When the time comes, I'll definitely be able to give the enemy a big surprise." As he spoke, the old man gently touched the tattoo on his neck. The unknown monster tattooed on his skin suddenly moved, and a black smoke appeared. In just a second, it returned to its original state. Obviously, this was a magical tattoo. Through some special method, it stored arcane or divine spells on the body, waiting to be activated when needed. Chapter 269. Andre had read in a book that this technique was widely used during the heyday of the ancient magic civilization. However, as time passed, it was eventually buried in the dust of history and completely lost. However, he did not show too much enthusiasm for this special technique because the mages had invented another better method, and that was arcane spell permanence. This new technology allowed one to permanently enchant a person with a known arcane spell and ensure that it would always be effective. It was many times more powerful than the one-time use of magic tattoos. Although the requirements were harsh and it required a large amount of magic power, it was definitely worth it. Of course, the prerequisite for magic permanence was mastering a level 5 arcane spell, which meant that the mage had to be at least level 9. At the same time, the spell permanence was 4 levels lower than the highest spell currently mastered. For example, if a level 9 mage mastered a level 5 arcane spell, he would be able to permanently enchant a level 1 arcane spell. If he was a level 11 mage, he would be able to permanently enchant a level 2 arcane spell, and so on. In short, every mage would choose to permanently enchant themselves with some arcane spells after reaching level 9. Some would choose defensive spells, while others would choose auxiliary spells. These arcane spells were like magic equipment, maintaining the spell effect for 24 hours a day. It could be said that it greatly improved the mage's survival and combat strength. However, the magic tattoo was not without its merits. First of all, this storage was a one-time use. Once it was used up, it had to be recharged. So, the requirements were generally very low. Second, it was cheaper. In addition to consuming a lot of magic ink, it only required the maker to be able to cast the arcane spell that had to be stored. The former was like a well-made handmade pocket watch. Although it was very expensive, it was definitely worth the money. The latter was more like an ordinary electronic watch in a shop. Although it was very cheap, it was enough as a timekeeping tool. This was just an example. After all, Orir had not invented mechanical watches yet. At present, most of the timekeeping tools were sundials and hourglasses. Tutu Monka noticed the change in Andre's eyes and solemnly promised, "As long as you can find the real culprit, I'm willing to pay any price. The knowledge that you are interested in, the method to become a soul shaman, and, of course, the tattoo storage technique of the ancient magic civilization. You can take it all away after I'm done with my revenge." "Sure. However, you have to promise me one thing. Without my permission, you can't act rashly because it could easily disrupt my plans." Andre directly stated his request. He knew very well that he couldn't stop the old man from taking revenge. However, he had to control this power firmly. Otherwise, it might trigger a series of chain reactions. 6.5 months. I can give you 6.5 months at most. If you can't come up with a plan within this period of time, then I'll have to act in my own way, Tutu Monka said firmly. Andre understood that this was the last day of the old man's life, so he didn't try to bargain. "Good. It's a deal then. I look forward to hearing good news from you." As a young hand and an old hand clasped tightly together, a faint smile appeared on both Tutu Monka and Andre's faces. Both of them understood that this was an alliance. They had the same powerful enemy, so only by working together could they increase their chances of winning. Especially when they didn't know the specific information of the enemy, it was the wisest choice to stick together. There was a saying that the more friends you had, the fewer enemies you had, and at the same time, the more powerful you would be. Fighting alone would never achieve anything great. Knowing how to compromise, how to give in, and how to share benefits was the potential that a successful leader must have. With the addition of a level 8 soul shaman, the power that Andre could mobilize had increased by quite a bit. In addition to the armor, weapons, shields, and belongings that he had taken from the half-beastmen, he was able to recoup the loss of several hundred bulls. One had to know that a standard breastplate in Linton City cost 200 gold coins, a half-body armor cost 600 gold coins, and a full-body armor cost 1,500 gold coins. The orcs' equipment just happened to be half-body armor, iron gloves, one-handed axes, tower shields, fully enclosed helmets, leg guards, and boots inlaid with steel plates. A full set of equipment would cost at least 900 gold coins. It was a standard heavy infantry set, and now it was all cheap for him. That was a total of 1,000 sets, and a small number of them were wearing full-body armor. Although more than half of them were damaged, they could still be used after being repaired by the blacksmith. Apart from that, the 4,000 goblins and 400 half-orc captives were also a huge amount of wealth. The operators of the mines and iron smelting workshops around the city would be more than happy to divide them up. After all, both half-orcs and goblins were excellent labor forces, and their endurance was much better than human slaves. In a dark and dust-filled environment, humans could only survive for 3 years at most before dying. Goblins and half-beastmen, on the other hand, could survive for more than 5 years. Goblins, in particular, were not picky when it came to food. They would be fine even if they ate rotten food. They had always been the best choice for mine owners, second only to kobolds who were experts at digging holes. In this world where civilian technology was lacking, mining was a high-risk occupation. Collapses were common, and anyone who could fill their stomachs would not choose to be a miner. Therefore, they could only use slaves. No matter how many slaves there were, they could not fill the holes that devoured lives quickly. It was said that some mines had enough bones to pile up into a small mountain. As the saying went, war and plunder were always the best way to obtain wealth. As long as one could win, endless wealth would flow into one's pocket. After this battle, just the spoils of war alone were worth 900,000 to 1 million gold coins. The slaves were also worth a lot. Most importantly, it took less than 3 days to harvest all of this. In terms of efficiency, it was far better than any other business operation. Of course, the price of the weapons and armor was only the selling price. If they were sold to merchants, they would probably only get a quarter or even less. However, Andre planned to keep them to enrich the castle's armory, so he did not need to worry about being cheated by unscrupulous merchants. After a simple sweep of the battlefield, the group returned to the valley. Andre left everything to Abner, the head of internal affairs, while he sorted out a part of the training method for the infantry formation overnight. He directly handed it to Tutu Manka, putting him in charge of training the barbarian warriors according to the content. Chapter 270. In fact, the barbarians didn't need much training in terms of physique and combat skills. The only thing they needed to train was obedience and formation. As long as these two aspects were guaranteed, they would be the best infantry in the south. The night passed quickly as they were busy counting the spoils of war and settling the captives. The next morning, Andre brought Chloe back to Linton City. On the one hand, it was the end of the month, and the city council was about to hold a meeting. As a noble, he had to show his attitude. On the other hand, it was time to meet the old Lich's apprentice and observe her character from a close distance so that he could formulate a targeted strategy. With anticipation for the unknown opponent, he once again passed through the majestic city gates and arrived at the most prosperous city along the southern coast. Andre rubbed his chin and mumbled to himself as he looked at the bustling shops on both sides of the street and the people who were busy making a living. I wonder how long the current situation can last. Perhaps after the trade war starts, half of the city's residents will be struggling in an abyss of suffering. I wonder how many people will starve to death. Andre muttered to himself. "Mentor, what are you talking about?" Beverly blinked innocently and asked. "Nothing much, just a little emotional. How is it? Are you ready? Don't embarrass yourself when you get to the Mage Association." Andre smiled as he spoke, gently stroking the girl's little head. According to the rules of the Linton City Mage Association, every time an apprentice grasped a rank 0 arcane spell, they would have to go to the Mage Tower and undergo a test in front of everyone. If they passed, they would receive a series of benefits. Although there was still a gap between them and an official mage, they were still considered a privileged class. They were allowed to wear a silver badge that greatly increased their affinity to magic. However, these were only superficial reasons. His real goal was to raise his status in the Mage Association. After all, it had only been 2 months since the little lowly started learning magic. Just imagine how big of a commotion it would cause if he could train an apprentice who could use a rank 0 spell in just 2 months. After all, there was no way for others to convert a person's various abilities into specific numerical values. Thus, they had no idea how outstanding this adorable blonde girl's intelligence was. They also had no idea how much effort Andre had put into training her. They could only imagine that she was a young mage with a profound background who possessed the secret to rapidly nurturing apprentices. Beverly obviously didn't know what her mentor was planning. She excitedly clenched her little fists and nodded. "Don't worry, mentor. I will perform well and let everyone see the results of your teaching." "Hee, little thing, don't cry when you make a mistake." Chloe teased the little girl as she pinched her cheeks. The little girl raised her chin with disdain and curled her lips. "Humph, you're jealous. I'm instructor's only apprentice, and I even grasped a tier 0 arcana technique before you. How could I possibly make a mistake at such a critical moment? Oh, you still owe me a silver coin of the day." She of the girl of the mage, of the day of her of the mage, Beveroth the of the mage, Beverly of the of the what a little money grubber. If you agree to bet, you must accept your loss. Here's 1 silver coin. Chloe took out a silver coin from her delicate purse and placed it in the girl's hand. She then took the opportunity to pinch her cheeks, which had a little baby fat. Mentor, she's always bullying me. After receiving the silver coins, Beverly rubbed her blushing face and immediately stood up. Although she was a mage apprentice who had grasped a rank 0 arcane spell, she was still far from being a match for Chloe. Thus, she would always be at a disadvantage whenever they fought. Over time, she learned to snitch on others. Ha 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 ha. Little thing, your mentor is my fiancé. How could he help you? My money isn't that easy to take. Be prepared to receive your report. Chloe of the mage 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 of the mage. No. Ha ha ha. Quick. Stop. Ha 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 ha. Stop. I can't take it anymore. Mentor, come and save me. Beverly, who was being attacked, struggled with all her might as she begged for help. Her body kept twisting, and her whole body kept trembling. As a little girl who was not even 10 years old, she was at the age where she was most afraid of being tickled. Thus, within a few minutes, the two girls, one big and one small, rolled around on the seats of the carriage, attacking each other's sensitive parts. It was obvious that this was not the first time they had fought like this. Thus, Andre was very calm. He sat silently on the seat and enjoyed the beautiful scenery with a smile on his face. From time to time, he would hold them up to prevent them from accidentally rolling on the ground. After letting them play for a while, Andre reminded them playfully, "Ladies, we'll reach the entrance of the Mage Tower in a few minutes. If you don't want to be seen in disheveled clothes, you'd better get up quickly and tidy yourself up. Otherwise," before he could finish his words, the two girls instantly separated and quickly tidied up their clothes, hair, and boots. After that, they steadied their breathing. Before the carriage stopped, they finally regained the image of a reserved lady. Secretly sighing at the fickleness of women, Andre pushed open the carriage door and said to the coachman, "Wait here. I'll probably come out in an hour." "Understood. I'll wait here for you and miss to come back." The coachman hurriedly bowed and replied without hesitation, "You two come with me. Remember not to touch anything, especially you, Chloe. Keep your curiosity to yourself." Andre warned the girls very seriously. He did not want to see two mischievous girls making a scene in the Mage Tower. "I swear I won't touch anything. I'll just follow behind you obediently." Chloe raised her right hand that was wearing a white lace glove and swore. "I hope so." After saying this, Andre turned around and took the lead to pass through the illusion set up around the Mage Tower. He walked into the garden outside. He knew that this constant magic could isolate ordinary people who did not have the ability to cast spells. Only those who were true arcane users could pass through. After a mere second, Beverly passed through the illusion. Because she had mastered rank 0 arcane spells, she no longer needed anyone to lead her and could walk in by herself. Chloe followed closely behind. As she walked, she exclaimed in a small voice, "Wow, this is the Mage Garden? It's amazing. Look, that flower is so big, and it has sharp teeth." Chapter 271. The little lowly glanced at her and pretended to be disdainful. "You're making a fuss over nothing. That's just a man-eating flower. You'll faint when you see the magic statue in the basement of the tower." "Damn it! Stop pretending to be an adult. I don't believe that you didn't scream when you saw it for the first time," Chloe retorted, unconvinced. Seeing that the two were about to start bickering again, Andre shook his head helplessly and turned around to scold them in a low voice. "Shut up. Keep quiet. Otherwise, don't even think about learning any magic from me. I promise I won't say a word from now on. I promise to." Perhaps the threat worked. The two Lolas, one big and one small, glared at each other fiercely and covered their mouths immediately. Andre didn't know whether to laugh or cry at their expressions. He gently rubbed his forehead and walked towards the animated statue at the entrance. Passing through the quiet corridor, Andre saw that the hall was filled with official mages wearing badges. There were more than 40 of them, probably all the mages in Lincoln City. They all had nervous expressions and lowered their heads as they whispered to each other, as if waiting for someone to arrive. Just as Andre was wondering why all these people were in the hall, the door to the first room on the left was suddenly pushed open, and a white-haired, muscular old man walked out. Obviously, there was no one else who could walk out of that room other than the chairman. Boris, with his eagle-like eyes, scanned everyone's faces and slowly walked to the center of the hall. He waved his hand without looking back and said to Andre, "You've come back just in time. Quickly find a seat over there. I have something important to announce." "As you wish, master." Andre bowed slightly and brought the two little tails behind him to sit down at the empty table on the far right. He knew that now wasn't the time to ask questions, so he sat down obediently to see what was going on that caused such a commotion. Boris didn't let the people wait too long. He cleared his throat and said loudly, "Everyone, perhaps all of you are wondering why I have gathered everyone here. The reason was simple. The Lincoln City Council was about to convene again to vote on whether to start another trade war with Bokaro City. I'm sure some of you still remember how much damage the Sorcerer Association suffered in the last trade war. That's why we have to stop the situation from escalating. Mr. President, are you saying that all the magicians with titles should vote against the plan?" Gavin Lauren asked with a frown. Boris nodded without hesitation. "That's right. Including me, there are a total of 15 voting members in the Mage Association. That's about 1/10 of the total number of members in the Mage Association. At the same time, I've also contacted some nobles who have close ties with the Mage Association. As for who they are, I won't reveal too much. You just have to remember one thing, and that is to protect the interests of all the magicians. Starting a war means that everyone will be assigned to warships, and they could be buried at sea at any time." Gavin Lauren obviously didn't agree with this statement. He immediately stood up to refute. "Mr. President, please forgive my bluntness. I'm afraid that there's no other way to solve the current situation in Lincoln City other than war. Since last month, our merchant ships have been attacked by pirates and Bokaro City's warships. Our trade has been shrinking. If we don't show them what we're made of, how can we protect everyone's interests?" His words resonated with some of the magicians who were involved in maritime trade. Many of them began to whisper among themselves, thinking that they should support starting a war. Hearing the buzzing sounds coming from below the stage, Boris hurriedly slammed the table hard. "Quiet! Everyone quiet down. The problem this time is much more serious than you think. It's not just a matter of trade. Someone is trying to overthrow the rule of this city. War and chaos are what this guy wants to see the most, and we have to stop this from happening." Most humans were usually very selfish and short-sighted. Once their interests were threatened, they would immediately take action. Even the most intelligent magicians were no exception. Even though the president had already revealed the truth of the matter, nearly a third of the magicians still chose not to vote against it. This was because the shrinking trade was costing them a lot of money. The remaining half of the magicians were also taking a wait-and-see attitude. In the end, the remaining half were the ones who supported starting a war. Just as the crowd began to stir, the old man who had a direct confrontation with Gavin Lauren suddenly stood up and shouted loudly, "Mr. President, I think that Gavin Lauren is trying to split the Magicians Association. He should be killed immediately." As soon as these words were spoken, the originally chaotic hall instantly quieted down. Gavin Lauren's face was extremely gloomy, and the anger in his eyes was almost tangible. He resisted the urge to go on a rampage and replied with a vicious voice, "Old dog, just you wait. I'll remember what you said today. I swear it won't be long before not only you die, but your family and descendants will also die." Humph. Just you? A hot-tempered and impulsive idiot? If it wasn't for the president, you would have become a corpse half a year ago. Kid, remember this. When you're not strong enough, it's best to shut your stinky mouth. It can't give you any power, and it can't threaten those who are stronger than you. Don't think that you're invincible just because you won the magic duel at the airport. Compared to a real high-grade magician, you're still far from being invincible. The old man was not frightened by the words "just now." Instead, he revealed a naked contempt, completely using a condescending attitude to ridicule his opponent. Seeing that the two factions of the Magicians' Association were about to start a tit-for-tat again, Boris slammed his fist on the table and roared angrily, "Enough! All of you, shut up! I've said it before. No fighting is allowed in the Magician Tower." "I'm sorry, Mr. President, but as you can see, Gavin Lauren is like a mad dog, constantly thinking about fighting and killing. This is not in line with the purpose of the Magicians' Association. I solemnly remind you, if this continues, our association will completely become a tool of war and not an independent Magicians' Association with the main purpose of development and research." After saying this, the old man raised his head and looked at the president without backing down, his dark green eyes flashing with wisdom. Chapter 272. At the same time, a third of the people who had been observing the situation stood up to express their stance. The Association of Mages was split into three distinct groups. The first group was the young radicals with Gavin Lauren at the core. Most of these mages were not over 50 years old, and they advocated using force to solve all problems. At the same time, they longed for more power. The second group was the conservatives with the old mages at the core. They were more willing to follow ancient traditions and quietly stay at home to research arcane magic. They hated being disturbed by trivial matters and hated the radicals. The last group was the neutral group. They completely followed the leader's lead and did not have many opinions. As long as they could ensure their daily lives and research, they would not cause trouble. There was no doubt that the conflicts that had been brewing in the association for a long time finally erupted at this moment. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became extremely solemn. The huge pressure caused a few more wrinkles to appear on Boris's face in just a few seconds. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed. As time passed, every mage's forehead began to sweat uncontrollably. They understood that the leader's choice would determine the future of the organization. It was closely related to their own interests because one of the two opposing factions was likely to be wiped out. After all, this kind of thing had happened before in the history of Linton City. Although mages were rare and precious, in order to maintain the better development of the entire organization, they sometimes had to bear the pain and get rid of some of them. The mages on the Sardinia Islands were the escapees of the Great Purge back then. Just as everyone was waiting for Boris to make his choice, Andrei suddenly stood up and bowed slightly to everyone. "Everyone, Sir President, before you make your choice, I have important news. I originally planned to wait until the end of the meeting, but now it seems that it's better to say it in advance. The monsters in the border forest have been united by an unknown force. They wiped out many barbarian tribes not long ago and even invaded my territory in the Tues Valley 2 days ago. In addition, the monster army this time is different from the previous ones. Not only do they have terrifying numbers, but they are also well-equipped. I saw the orcs form a phalanx when they attacked. This is a helmet pulled off from their body. I believe you should be able to recognize its origin." As he spoke, Andrei threw a helmet that was stained with blood and constantly emitting a foul stench onto the ground. Anyone who wasn't an idiot would know that only a helmet worn by a beast man or a beast man would have such a foul stench. Originally, he planned to use it as a trump card during the meeting of the nobles to let all the nobles know how bad the environment around them was. He wanted to prevent the outbreak of trade wars as much as possible. If he could not prevent the outbreak of war, then he would try to gain as much power and profit as possible. However, he had to use it in advance when he saw that the association was about to erupt into internal strife. After all, to a certain extent, the power that he could rely on was too little. At this time, the Sorcerer Association could not afford to have any problems. The news of the destruction of the barbarian tribe was like a heavy bomb, causing an intense reaction. What? How is this possible? Damn it, it's only been 10 years. How did they recover so quickly? Is there going to be another barbarian invasion of civilization? Arcane above. That's the standard equipment of Lincoln City. Someone must be secretly smuggling weapons and armor. Seeing that the topic had been changed, Andre's lips curled up slightly. He did not continue to interfere. He returned to his seat and silently observed everyone's every move. There was a saying that when the internal conflict was so intense that it could not be resolved, it would be shifted to other places through war. He was now using the monsters in the border forest to change the topic. After all, in the eyes of most people, no matter how intense the conflict between them was, they had to unite in the face of the invasion of the barbarian monsters. This was a point that almost all intelligent races agreed upon. It had to be said that Andre's move was played very well. In an instant, the crisis of the Mage Association was resolved. Boris immediately followed suit and changed the topic from the internal conflict to the monsters in the border forest. In the end, he successfully won the support of more than 70% of the members. They decided to collectively vote against the plan in the upcoming city council meeting. As for Gavin Lauren, who wanted to start a war, his face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. His eyes were constantly emitting a cold light. However, under the suppression of absolute power, he did not dare to act rashly, especially when President Boris's terrifying spellcasting ability was definitely not something he could deal with. Andre remembered that in his previous life, he had read a very thought-provoking book called The Study of Benefits. This book described the nature of the entire world from various aspects. It could be said that from small individuals and groups to large countries and societies, from the ancient tribes to the increasingly perfect feudal system in Orire, almost everything revolved around one word: benefits. Without the competition for benefits, there would be no development of productivity, and there would be no progress in society. There would also be no so-called social class. It was like a catalyst for all things. Through countless evolutions, history would continue to move forward until the day the world was destroyed. Although the mages were obsessed with studying the mysteries of magic, they were still humans. They also had their own interests to pursue. The monsters in the border forest had once again gathered, which meant that they were a threat to the safety of Lincoln City. It was equivalent to violating the basic interests of every member of the association. After all, these beastly creatures were known for their destructive nature. Wherever they went, they would either loot or set fire to it. They did not know how to rule at all. In fact, most of the mages did not mind the change of ruler of the city. Similarly, they did not mind the deaths of many civilians. What they cared about was whether their social status would drop and whether the new ruler would be able to provide sufficient material support like before. As long as these 2 points were met, even a lowly goblin would not have a problem becoming the duke. However, it was a pity that the monsters' barbaric destruction of civilization time and time again proved that they were not qualified to be rulers. Moreover, they were full of disdain for the profound art of arcane magic. They were more willing to believe in muscles and sharp blades. There was no way they would become partners with the Association of Mages. Therefore, when the mages heard the bad news brought by Andre, they put aside their differences and temporarily joined forces to prepare for the impending crisis. The conflict between factions was temporarily diverted. Chapter 273. President Boris also took the opportunity to show his strong side, forcefully suppressing the two factions that were at odds with each other. Gavin Lauren, who wanted to use this as a pretext to make a fuss, could only pinch his nose and admit defeat. He even shook hands with his sworn enemy in front of everyone and pretended to say a few words of courtesy. Although it seemed harmonious on the surface, Andre, who was sitting on a chair and watching coldly from the sidelines, knew very well that a rift had formed within the Mage Association. Unless one side fell, the conflict would never disappear. Of course, these conflicts had little to do with him. After all he wanted to do was to take advantage of the situation and completely win the game in a year's time. It didn't matter what the Mage Association became, because once he defeated his opponent, he would become the behind-the-scenes ruler of this city and no longer needed the protection of any forces. "Dear, what are you thinking about?" Chloe, who had been watching the show for a long time, asked curiously. "Nothing, I'm just lamenting. I've only been in Linton City for less than 2 months, and I've already been involved in so many sudden incidents. It's really unbelievable to think about it." Andre replied rather emotionally. Indeed, ever since he came to this port city in the south, he had been in constant trouble. First, he discovered a huge secret during a mission. Then he was besieged by barbarians. The last time he followed the people of the Church of the Goddess of Dawn to explore the ruins, he was extremely unlucky. Not only did he encounter a terrifying legendary lich, but he was also forced to play a dangerous game. However, he also understood that a city's resources were limited. If he wanted to stand out in this city, he would inevitably harm the interests of others, and harm the interests of others would definitely bring about trouble. After all, there was a saying that cutting off one's path to wealth was like killing one's parents. Since he was snatching benefits from others, he had to be prepared for revenge. Unless Andre was willing to be a nameless good guy and endure all kinds of people trying to make things difficult for him, it was only a matter of time before trouble came knocking on his door. Obviously, whether it was as a transmigrator or as a social elite in his previous life, he could not get used to kneeling to the nobles all day long. Similarly, he could not tolerate being at the bottom of the social ladder. As the saying goes, people strive for greater heights while water flows downward. They seek more wealth, power, authority, and a better life. It could be said that as long as a person was alive, their desires would never be fulfilled. After figuring this out, Andre laughed self-deprecatingly. His orange-red eyes were burning like flames, looking exceptionally enchanting. "Andre, how did your eyes and hair become like this? Did something happen to you when you were outside the city for more than a month?" Boris asked with a frown as he appeared beside the table. "Yes, master. A lot of things happened, especially in the last half a month. It was extremely exciting. As for my hair and eyes, they're the result of the awakening of my fire elemental bloodline. I'm also worried about how to cover them up. You have to know that my current appearance is too conspicuous in front of ordinary people," Andre explained with a helpless expression. Although the fire elemental bloodline was one of the relatively harmless bloodlines in the other world, the commoners did not know about it. They would only worry about whether you would suddenly go crazy and start a massacre. Fire elemental bloodline. Boris was slightly taken aback. He stretched out his hand to stroke his fiery red hair. He could not help but sigh. What a rich fire elemental. It's a pity. If you weren't a mage, you could have become an outstanding warlock or warrior. Warlock? A trace of doubt appeared on Andre's face. He had seen people mentioning this profession many times in books, but the descriptions were very vague. Some people believed that it was the bloodline of some powerful creatures that created these special arcane users. Some people believed that a small number of people accidentally activated the ubiquitous magic energy when they were born and formed a node in their body, which eventually led to the birth of warlocks. But both of these theories had their own reasons. The first theory was based on those mixed-blood people who mingled in human society. Whether it was the descendants of dragons, demons, devils, heavenly creatures, elementals, etc., all of them had innate spells, and their affinity for magic was far superior to that of humans. The second theory was that there were many warlocks who did not have any other bloodline, so there were many different theories. No one could tell which was true and which was false. Seeing the confusion in Andrei's eyes, President Boris smiled and explained, "That's right, warlocks. This is a very interesting profession. They rely on the power that flows in their bloodline to cast spells. Although the number of arcane spells they grasp is very small, they can use them a lot. To give a simple example, a level 2 mage usually only has 2 level 1 spell slots. This means that they can only release 2 level 1 arcane spells a day, but can learn more than 10 spells. As for warlocks, they are the exact opposite. They can release 4 level 1 arcane spells a day when they are level 2, but the number of spells they grasp is not even a fifth of that of a mage. Most importantly, they grasp arcane spells by feeling. Learning them is of no use to them. Based on the density of fire elemental energy around your body, if you are not already a mage, you will have a certain chance of becoming a warlock the moment your bloodline awakens." After the president's explanation, Andrei quickly understood what a warlock was. He muttered to himself, "So it's a group of arcane spell users who are severely biased in one area." Severely biased in one area? That's the most appropriate description for a warlock. A special bloodline is a good thing. I reckon that once this news spreads, you will immediately be in luck. As he spoke, a playful smile appeared on Boris's aged face. "Why do you say that?" Andrei did not understand the president's meaning at all, and blinked innocently. Boris laughed and explained, "It's very simple, child. You are the only person in the entire Lincoln City with a special bloodline. Think about it. What will those nobles do when they hear this news?" "Oh, my goodness. Those fellows will definitely send all the women in their families to have a child with you. I heard that the famous dragon Knight died of exhaustion on the bellies of noble ladies." Chloe's voice trembled as she spoke the terrifying truth.